right? This meeting is being live streamed. Okay. Setting up your meeting for YouTube Live. Done. This meeting is being live streamed. Okay. Okay, you probably heard that. Yeah. So we're live streaming and people can watch it. Here, I'll put the link in the chat. Okay, so now we're transmitting and we're also recording, and we'll publish this recording. So we're now living Cambrian 2. Now, the big opportunity that I see here, and now I'm going to get kind of more specific, because, you know, what do we do with this higher level of connectivity and this higher level of thought of L3? See, L3 is a really kind of, it's kind of like this big frontier, because the vision I have, and now I'm gonna add some color to it, much to Michael's delight, since he wanted to see like the different colors of the iPad and all that. So back to screen sharing. So I'm just going to draw a blue circle around a conversation. If it's a conversation, it's now a blue circle. So that's L3. So now imagine a bunch of these conversations forming a network, and, you know, each one broadcasting and recording and transcribing, and all therefore sending signals to each other, right? This is very analogous to L1, to neurons firing, right? And impacting and influencing other neurons, except of course, within each one of these, there are people, right? More than one person, a whole bunch of people. And then if you expand one of those people, what do you get? You get their, I'm not very good at drawing human heads, but inside of that one person, you've got a whole bunch of neurons firing. So that's the fractal part of it, which I just love. L1, L2, L3. But as L3 really expands and comes into its own, as this vast network of conversations emerges and essentially opts in to a planetary L3, a planetary network of conversations, there is just so much power and so much potential in that it's kind of driving me crazy a little bit. Why? Because it's untapped, right? What we have is a network of conversations. Right now, there's all these conversations happening here, there, and everywhere, right? Just look in your inbox. Just look on, Eventbrite. Just look here, there. Look on Facebook. There's all these conversations. Look on Clubhouse. There's all these conversations happening here, there, and everywhere. And so here, I'm going to take a quick pause for a second. I'm going to pause recording. I'll be right back. Yes, sweetheart.
So we're still live. And you're muted, Marco.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I forgot that we were still. Oh, are we still live?
Oh, we are live streaming. That's right. We are live streaming. We're just not recording. Anyway, so yeah, we're live streaming. But we'll resume recording in a minute.
Actually, I think the live stream stopped when the recording stopped.
Well, let's check it. Let me check it.
I'm looking at it right now, and it stopped.
I see it going.
Oh, do you? Let me refresh. Oh, I needed to
We
refresh.
are live streaming. That's right. Yeah, no. See, the live stream is now saying.
I'm looking at it right now and it stopped.
No, it's not stopped. You probably paused it. You probably paused it.
Oh, that's what I did. Let me refresh. Oh, I needed to refresh.
We are live streaming. That's right. Yeah, no. See, the live stream is now saying.
I'm looking at it right now and it stopped.
No, it's not stopped. You probably paused it. You probably paused it.
Oh, that's what I did.
Okay, so all that you just heard was the live stream still going. So anyway, now let me go ahead and resume recording. Resuming recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so again, there's all these conversations happening all over the place, but no networking. Very few of us are actually broadcasting. And this recording that we are broadcasting, which as far as I'm concerned, is one of the most important conversations humanity could be having at this stage in 2021, at this stage in our evolution and devolution of the planet and life on Earth. Nobody knows about it. Sure, I've got 560 subscribers to my YouTube channel. In theory, if they were to check in on the channel or whatever, they could see, oh, this is streaming. But, well, it says one person is watching it. I don't know if that's one of us or somebody else. I don't know. But, but my point is nobody knows about it. There is, I keep using the same analogy because it's a good one. There is no Chicago Yellow Pages of conversations that you could either be watching the live stream of or jumping into, right? We're totally isolated. We're all like a bunch of little rowboats in the middle of the Pacific that can't see each other, right? And have no knowledge of each other's existence. So we're all alone in a crowd. We're alone on a crowded planet, right?
That's
Whereas we
very
could be,
sad.
pardon me?
That's very sad situation.
Oh my goodness, extremely sad.
We need to fix that.
We urgently need to fix it. And I think the way to fixing it is to create a decentralized framework for it, where no one person or no one network, kind of owns it and controls it and decides who's in or who's out. That's not to say that there shouldn't be rules. Definitely there should be rules, but no rulers. Right? Not an absence of rules, but an absence of rulers, so that we have a totally decentralized, open source, public framework.
I think that we should retain our leadership roles in steering committee. Nothing wrong with that, right?
We should, did you say retain leadership roles?
Well, we should, the leadership of starting this out and guiding it is important. You got to have some steering committee, right? And people that
definitely. Well, definitely. And so we're sorting out how to do that, right? And I think that even though, everything that's decentralized ultimately started somewhere. It started with one center, right? Bitcoin started on somebody's computer. They coded it up and then poof, launched it into the world. But once it was launched, there was no going back, right? Nobody can kill Bitcoin, for example. It's because it's completely decentralized. It's this whole new paradigm. We need something like that for the Chicago Yellow Pages of conversations, right? We need a big, fat, decentralized Chicago Yellow Pages of all the conversations that are happening and that are scheduled to happen a week from now, a month from now, tomorrow, or 10 minutes from now, as well as a directory of those that already happened so that you can see their recordings or their transcripts or whatever. See, all of this provides connectivity between the different conversations. And then just like the Chicago Yellow Pages is organized by section, right, which is very useful, right? If you want to get your car painted or something, you go to the automotive section, and then you scan through, okay, painting cars, okay, and then there's a couple dozen listings of the places in Chicago that'll paint your car, right? We likewise need to have sections on, like, for example, cooling the planet, and what are the different subcategories under cooling the planet, from agriculture to solar radiation management. And then under solar radiation management, there's a bunch of subcategories, including marine cloud brightening. And under marine cloud brightening, there are subcategories, like the technology of it, the ethics of it, the marketing of it, right, et cetera, et cetera. So we need to have this categorization system or tagging system to really make it functional. So in a way, we're kind of like a bunch of early merchants in pre-Chicago dreaming of a Chicago Yellow Pages when the printing press has barely been invented, right? We're kind of, we're early pioneers groping for something that we're dreaming of. And then, how do we get there? How do we actually do this? That's where we're at. But once this thing starts to hit a critical mass and then starts to take off, and even if it doesn't start as something fully decentralized and fully categorized and fully this and fully that, right? Even if it just starts as literally a Google Doc, just a public Google Doc that just says, look, here's all the conversations that are in flight right now in this one little network, right? See, the Cambrian explosion, going back to Cambrian 1, it started when two cells basically figured out how to stick together and start doing life together, right? And then it took off from there. Once cells figured out how to stick together, well, then it's like, well, shoot, if these two cells can stick together, how about a trio? How about a quartet? How about a quintet? How about a sex, whatever, right? And that's when the excitement really started. And so we just got to start, right? And so what I'm thinking is, anyway, let me take a pause and get people's reactions and thoughts before I hog the mic anymore.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not perfect. Nothing starts perfect. We start from an idea and, hey, that's pretty good. And then somebody else looks at it and says, I can make that a little bit better. And then somebody else comes along and says, you know what, that was a great idea, but if you did this along with that, it's even better. We don't start with perfect. We start with imperfect and we build on it. And that's, how we've, advanced on any level of the things we do is it starts with an idea and people willing to try.
Yeah, exactly. And I think with Trove, with Vincent, and with our network that we have and our shared intention and shared vision, I think we can start with something very powerful, and that it can grow and grow and grow, and at some point we can figure out how to sever the umbilical to the centralized place at which we're starting and go decentralized, or like a bird, severing the umbilical from the nest, a baby bird finally taking flight, right? For me, going decentralized is like taking flight. That's when it really becomes what it's meant to become, right? It's not meant to be a centralized thing. In fact, if it stays centralized, it stays limited. And it's also a breeding ground for corruption, right? Oh, we've got all this power and we've got all these users and members and this and that. Let's monetize it, right? Let's have a freemium model where it's free. The first hit's free, right? And then, then we start charging, right? So, or whatever. I'm just saying it leads to corruption. It leads to competition. I've talked about the character assassination attempts that were made against me by a network that considers themselves a competitor to us, and just all this destructive stuff. Whereas if we had a fully free, fully decentralized network of conversations and Chicago Yellow Pages directory, et cetera, then just like Bitcoin can't be stamped out, even by the most powerful central banks, governments, et cetera, militaries, whatever, can't stamp it out. It's out there. It is unleashed. Likewise, the network of conversations will be unmessable with, right? And in fact, there are blockchain projects that could support this, right? Like, for example, Theta is a blockchain project for streaming video compression, things like that, basically kind of like a decentralized YouTube sort of thing in many ways, but I think it goes far beyond that. So there's a lot of great building blocks out there in the decentralized realm that we can incorporate and leverage. And just like the blockchain decentralized space of cryptocurrencies and blockchain projects of all kinds, once the cat was let out of the bag and, Bitcoin started becoming a thing, well, then others said, hey, we can do something too. And so Ethereum came along and created the Ethereum network. And then that spawned a whole bunch of others. And now there's just thousands upon thousands of cryptocurrencies and blockchain projects and whatnot, holochain, this, that, the other, just all kinds of new variants. And so one of the interesting things about all that is that there would not just be one decentralized, network of conversations. There'd probably be many, but there probably would emerge one, kind of like a Google is sort of a good analogy. Right? Google doesn't own the internet. Google doesn't own my webpage or anything like that. Google doesn't own anything. It's just a search engine, right? Which operates kind of like a directory where you just type in what you're looking for. I think something like that we will emerge, sort of like but see, Google could only emerge when a free and open internet was already well established and well on its way, right? So only when a decentralized network of conversations actually exists will a Google of conversations, right, be able to emerge. Let's call it a Koogle, right? Conversation, a Google of conversations, a Koogle, right? That will simply help people find conversations that they might want to participate in, right? So,
I've been seeing so many friends lately that have no one to talk to, and I'm being a listener, and I'm trying to invite some of them, not all, but a few of them, to the conversation, so that we can talk and be listened to, like Glass Speed's game, be listened to for a full minute. That's a luxury. That type of thing we're doing. So we're really helping a lot of people. I really believe that. We can do more of that. We really can. Not us, but it kind of happens, So go ahead.
yeah, totally. I mean, that's one of the benefits. That's one of the reasons people will have motivation to post their conversations on the network. So one of the ways, so there's probably an infinite number of ways in which we could manifest this, right? One of the ways is just having like this open sort of chrysalis calendar kind of thing, right? That people can post to. Another is that we simply organize an event, a weekly event that might be scheduled for, say, 4 hours, some significant chunk of time that gives people time to settle into it and really get into it. And just a quick footnote, even though it's scheduled to last for 4 hours, doesn't mean it has to end, right? Just look at the harmonic convergence, for example. Oh, we're going to have an after party that'll go for 3 hours. Yeah, right. Make that more like 3,000 hours, right? And here we are. We're the remnants. We're the guys who didn't go home, when the janitor tried to kick us out. But anyway, that's a very important footnote, but a footnote. What if we schedule it for 4 hours every Friday for 4 hours? Everybody come and bring your friends and, meet here at the campfire. Well, we'll provide you with the fresh updated link to the Google Doc or whatever has a list of all the conversations, and then just pick whichever one you want to participate in and go for it. Right. I mean, that's just for me, the kind of the simplest way that I can think of to get something to really start to take off and be able to grow exponentially. Going on mute, passing the feather.
Yeah, it has to start somewhere, and we make some progress and then we lose a little bit, but we're in that progress phase again right now where things are coming together. The glass bead game Sunday. How many people did we have? I think we ended up with 7 that stayed to play, and 2 new people that hadn't played. One had played once, one had never even been on Zoom before, and they were, really pleased with it. And the woman, Shauna from Massachusetts, she stayed and talked with me for another, I think, 6 hours after the glass bead game was done. And she's really interested. Oh, I need to get you her email too. She wants to be on the list. And she was thinking of people that she knows that she would, like to bring to the glass bead game. And we're in a good part of that upward cycle again.
Totally. So I noticed 3 people are watching. I don't know if 2 of us are 2 of those 3, but anyway, for anyone watching, please feel free to join us. To get to the link to join this Zoom room, just go to TheConversation.cc or go to radish.org and click on the block party. It's all the same Zoom link, and join us. See, this is us sending a signal to the network saying, hey, everyone's welcome to join us. Right. So yeah, I totally hear what you're saying, Marco. We're in this kind of upswing, and for anyone watching, please feel free to join us. To get to the link to join the Zoom room, just go to TheConversation.cc.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, what I usually do is just mute the volume on my streaming link.
Yeah, I was trying to copy the link out of the chat and I clicked it by accident.
Oh yeah, there is a chat here. I'll just put it in. I'll just say something in the chat here on the streaming link on my YouTube channel. That way I can just post the link to join the Zoom room right in there. Let me do that. And now where did that go? Oh, there we go. Okay. Join this Zoom meeting. There we go. Okay. And, that was a big part of why I went to Scotland, was to say, hey, join the conversation. I was hoping, and I'm still hoping and intending that result in, more people joining us. Right. And,
Yeah, that was the idea of going to the COP26 and doing the Darth Vader routine. And that I can't say how impressive that was. It's going to take a little time for people to read the articles that from the different interviews from the BBC and Guardian, and I can't remember the name of the Irish paper, and then
The Independent.
Didn't the New York Times was also?
Well, Washington Post mentioned us. I mean, we're probably all over the place.
Yeah. It'll take a little time for people to filter in from that.
Yeah, and I still have videos to post, from that are on my phone that I need to upload. I mean, this is part of my backlog that I'm addressing. But like yesterday, Melissa and I were just out on a walk here in our neighborhood, and we ran into somebody who we both knew a little bit, but didn't really know that well. And we started chatting, and he's a blogger, a writer. He's been on CNN, Fox News. He's been all over the place. And so, he was pontificating quite a bit about this, that, and the other, and his predictions for the world. And I mentioned to him that I was at COP26 and I was Darth Vader. He goes, "You were Darth Vader?" He said, "I saw Darth Vader there." And I was like, "What's that?" That was you, So it's like a lot of people are aware that Darth Vader was at COP26. And of course, that one article starts off and says that Darth Vader has emerged as the runaway success of COP26, because the rest of COP26 was flop 26. It was cop out 26. And, here's Darth Vader making it happen. So yeah, it's taking time, and it'll just be this building thing. But, the bottom line of all of this is humanity. We need to come together urgently to solve our problems, to cool the planet and save life on Earth. And what better way than to come together in conversation, right? What better way for us to figure out actual actionable steps to save life on Earth than in conversation? Right? Then in a network of conversation, this whole fractal from neuron to conversation to network of conversations. And then once you have a network of conversations, then you can kind of, overlay and mash up the data of that network in so many different ways. First you had Google search, and then now you've got Alphabet and Metaverse and all this stuff. But all this grew out of this fertile field called the internet. Well, here we're kind of creating this internet of conversations, right? And that's a powerful meme. You've heard of the Internet of Things, right? First, there was just the internet, information, then an Internet of Things, now an Internet of Conversations, which is a very special class of things, right?
Well, I like, if I may, holding my hand up.
Yeah.
If I may, I like the idea of like having our logo on those approved conversations, those conversations that are in sync with SHIT, Ideas.
What Michael is saying there is the saving, healing, and intentionally transforming of life on Earth. Yeah, for the uninitiated to hear SHIT. Kind of funny, but it's cool. Yeah, I mean, having some sort of like a logo. I mean, like what we were talking about on Friday was using CCC for that. Certified compassionate conversations. What could be cooler than that? A certified compassionate conversation, right? And that can start off as something localized, centralized, that can ultimately become decentralized. Why not?
I must say, I've been thinking that I have a few friends that are kind of on the edge I don't know if it's mentally on the edge or just not feeling loved or something. It's like, I wish I had like ability to have people that could consult her, you know, and talk to her that are professional, you know, somebody in our circle who is skilled in that area or something. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. But like an actual certified compassionate conversation, like if somebody needs to talk to somebody kind of thing. I don't know, just throwing it out there.
No, I love it. I love it. You know, the cool thing about a network of conversations is you can have any conversation. If you can imagine it, if you can articulate it, if you can give it a name, it can be in the network of conversations. Of course, you have to create a place for it, a Zoom room or a breakout room or whatever. And then just do it, right? Because there are people out there who want nothing more than to help other people who are, you know, sad or depressed or suicidal or whatever. And so, you know, they should be able to create a space, a Zoom room or a breakout room, you know, where they can do their thing and say, hey, welcome everybody. This is a safe space. As such, they may not record or broadcast, right? I mean, if I'm bearing my soul and sharing about my depression or whatever, I may not want for a bunch of goofballs to be just live streaming and taking bong hits and laughing and saying, ha, 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 you know, and making fun of it and whatever. So just so to be in the network of conversations doesn't mean that you have to record or live stream broadcast, right? It just means you have to be in the network, right? And, you know, be available to be joined. And, you know, and speaking of joinability, I think that's a very important factor. Joinability does not mean necessarily that anyone can just pop in at any time. In this Zoom room, anyone can pop in at any time and everyone is welcome. Everyone's invited. That's this Zoom room. Others may be like, hey, you know, if you're interested in joining, please send us a note, you know, and then we'll give you an invitation, you know, or whatever, right? So there could even be an application process or whatever. But I would say that most of the conversations, particularly in this early stage of evolution, should be open and just automatically joinable. Here's the link, click the link and you're in, right? Why not? But I think CCC is a powerful place to start, because why do people not join conversations? Why are more people not on Zoom and in these transformational conversations? They're afraid. They're afraid of, you know, negative scenarios, mostly imagined, not real, but nonetheless, people are afraid, whether for good reasons or not so good reasons. People are afraid. And so how do we make it safe? Well, we need a standard like certified compassionate, where we say, look, you know, this is a friendly place. This is a safe place to be in conversation. And here's what it means to be a safe place. And here's our, you know, creative agreements, et cetera. Right? Michael's making it a compassionate conversation.
Yeah, I was trying to share and my post just vanished. I don't know what I did.
All right. Thank you, Michael. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and pause recording for a little bit. And anyone can request a pause. Just do this. And now we're still live streaming because I don't want to interrupt that. But and I think the live stream is by default a recording that shows up somewhere.
Yeah.
So we'll let that be as it is. But anyway, I'm just going to get a little food real quick. Carry on. And if you'd like me to record while I'm away, feel free to say, Jamin, please record. This is important. no problem either way. But in any case, I'll be back in a few minutes with a little bit of food. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that sounds like something I need to do too.
Yeah, I'll be on here. I'll see you a little later. Thank you.
Bye, Michael.
Hello.
Hey.
Is your day going well?
Yeah. I'm not
Good.
sure. Did I get recorded if I not on camera? I mean, I know my
I
voice gets
think that
recorded.
your voice is being carried over to the live stream on YouTube, so
You
it's
said it
not being
is?
recorded. It is being
I mean,
broadcast on
the live stream is a recording period.
If you don't have your camera on, you don't show up on YouTube. Only the people with live cameras show up on the YouTube.
Okay,
I mean-
but my voice shows up.
That's a good question. I know your
likely.
picture doesn't. Let me.
Or go to radish.org and click on the.
Oh,
I
it
mean,
is being broadcast on.
the live stream is a recording period. Yes.
If you don't have your camera on,
Oh,
you
there's
don't
an
show up on YouTube. Only the people with live cameras show up on the YouTube.
Yep, that's plain.
Okay,
But my voice shows up.
Yep, your voice does show up. I just confirmed that. That's a
Oh
good
yeah.
question. I know your. Okay, yeah, your voice does show up on the YouTube, just not your not even your picture shows up.
Interesting.
Only live cameras show the video. That's
That
Right.
is an interesting paradox thing.
yeah. So I'm going to take a
Yeah.
quick break and I'll be back.
All right. You okay over there, Michael?
I'm kind of tired. I'm gonna rest for a few minutes.
All right.
I got to go somewhere pretty soon, so I'll probably be on and off the. Are you gonna be on the Zoom call?
I'm not
David
sure. I
will
know
be
I have
back.
some stuff to do too, but
Oh,
I know I
okay,
gotta
David will be
return a
back.
call.
Yeah, I gotta go help my friend's son. He needs a bit of help, so I'm going to help him with some food stuff. So that'll be good. Do you have any
Cool.
spare food that you're delivering at all?
Yeah, actually I do.
If you have any spare food for us, we'd really appreciate it because I'm feeding some extra people right now.
Okay.
Or like potatoes, any vegetables that you have, it would be wonderful. We're gonna cook something to take out to my family out in West Michigan Thursday. We're going out there.
Oh,
So
cool.
between now and Thursday, if you can bring it between now and Wednesday, I'd really appreciate it. It'd be fun to see you anyway.
Yeah. Awesome.
But-
Because I was just wondering what I was gonna do with quite a bit of food. So
Oh, that'd be a big help because I can distribute it to about 3-4 friends, at least 4 or 5 friends.
okay. Well, I'll
They're
make
eating
up some
over
care
here, so we're
packages.
Oh, that'd be great. We're eating here, so you can load most of it off, whatever you can over here, and we'll make good use of it. That'd be a big help.
Great.
So thanks a lot, Joel.
You're welcome.
Yeah, we just made a bunch of falafel sandwiches, like eight falafel sandwiches. We're gonna distribute to our friends.
Great.
All this food. Those are containers of falafel vegetarian sandwiches.
Wait, I didn't see it. Can you go back? Oh, okay. Cool.
It's probably like 10 falafel sandwiches. Those are really good with the hummus, feta. Well, they're not real vegan, because they have the feta cheese and
Yeah.
the lettuce, peppers, and ranch dressing, olives, really good stuff. And spinach too, spinach and lettuce, really good. And rice, nice rice dish. You know, a spoonful of rice, a couple spoonfuls of rice.
Sounds good.
Really good stuff. It's like an $8 sandwich down by Wayne State.
Yeah.
That's where I learned the recipe for the sandwich. I used to buy those a couple times a week. I'd get a spinach feta pita sandwich with plenty of hummus. You can't spare the hummus. You got to throw the hummus down. Just kidding.
No.
Or just burning time, you know. No, it's fun to talk. What you been up to
Yeah,
that you want to mention on air, you know?
working on a lot right now.
That's
Working to get a lot of things in order and prepare for all of these different businesses that I'm creating.
yeah, it's good.
So
I have my company name. I'll tell you off air. My company
Okay.
name is.
Sounds good.
So yeah, if you could drop that food off the next day or two, that'd be super.
All right. Well, you said you were gonna go rest. Do you still want to go rest?
If I gave you an address in Oak Park, would that be a place you could drop food off directly to my friend's son?
Probably.
He's the 24-year-old guy.
Don't. Okay, I was just text it to me. Don't say it on here.
No, I won't say nothing. No, that'd be good. Yeah, I will. Okay, thanks much.
Yeah,
He's good people.
I'm sure, but yeah, just don't want to have
No,
someone's
of course
personal
not.
info
No,
being put on.
good thinking. I get high and I start talking. Yeah, I forget, you know. So thank you for that update. Warning.
Yeah, I was pretty sure you didn't want to put that out on YouTube.
No. No.
Especially since a lot of people get really sensitive about their business being out in the world.
Yeah. I hear you. Trying to go down to Florida. My friend is like terminally ill.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, thanks. Really sorry for him. He's a good guy. He's a former veteran.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Oh, David. We've been talking local things.
Okay.
All.
Very good. Carry
Yeah.
on.
No, it's all right. We're just talking about food distribution pretty much.
Tomorrow, the city council is considering the use of the transit center over by the state fairgrounds, by the way. That's local. So I'll forward that along to you, by the way. Oh, that is to Jewel.
You said what about it?
The city council is deciding on the exact design of the transit center, big transit center redesign using the state fairgrounds.
Okay.
I just forwarded you the email about action email. I think it's going to drag down the quality of the air with a bunch of diesel engine trucks coming by the park over there and such. So anyway, we'll talk about it later.
Cool.
They have really wonderful green design that they're not really going for the green design though, you know.
Mm-hmm.
catching the rainwater and such like that, you know, really designing the landscaping really green and nice. I mean, environmentally green design,
Mm-hmm.
not just green grass, of course. Don't let me distract the ongoings. I gotta go pretty soon, though.
Yeah.
Can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me?
I can hear you, but nobody else.
Yeah. Oh, Jamin's muted.
Okay. I'm about ready to go when you are.
Is that J Love?
Yes, she's busy on the phone and such.
Tell her I said hi.
Yeah, sure. Will do. Jewel,
Yeah.
quick question. Do you know how I can copy like my email list off of Google? Do you know a way that I could kind of get a list of emails, like showing my email list?
Typically the contacts, I guess.
Contacts. Okay, how do I get there?
Um,
Upper top part where there's a bunch of dots, Google apps or
I'm
settings,
not, I'm
support.
not looking at it right now. It's typically when I've seen it, it's been in your like where if you're on a computer and it says like inbox and start and sent
Oh
and all
yeah,
that.
yeah, that's good. Okay, I'll go there. Thanks.
Hey, Michael, I overheard you're taking off soon.
Yeah, I am. Pardon me for talking about local issues. Um, but I will be listening in. I'll be back in and out later on.
Very
But
good.
I'll watch. Hopefully you'll like replay or I mean record. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
maybe I can see you later.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Good.
I'll resume recording in a moment.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All
Thank you,
right.
Michael.
Sure.
Bye. Be well.
All right. See you later. Thanks.
See you soon. Be safe.
So what you doing now, Jamin?
Just getting a little food, and then we'll resume. Probably when Marco gets back, we'll resume the conversation about Cambrian 2, the second Cambrian explosion,
Oh, okay.
the network of conversations. Marco, looks like you're back.
I've got some stuff on heating. And I'll
Mhm.
have to check in a few minutes, but I'm back.
Okay, very good. Very good.
I had a fairly decent day today, so it was my therapy session this morning went well, helped me realize a few things, and then I came back to see the lovely people, smiling faces that were here and important conversations that we have, and gave me another little boost. So I'm feeling pretty good right now.
Awesome, Marco. Awesome.
Agreed. Sounds really good.
Yeah, actually, last night or early this morning, I'm not sure, Franca was in for a while, and she was struggling with an issue of organization in her life and clutter, as I am also doing. She's like, I'll show you a picture of my mess if you show me a picture of yours. And she said she felt so much better after showing hers. She says, now it's your turn. And I was really reluctant and whatever, but the short story is we're thinking of starting a mutual self-help group, dealing with those issues of clutter and having disorganized homes as a result of traumas in our life. We were each able to identify particular traumas that contribute to like hoarding and not letting go of things that burden you with taking care of them or taking up space that could be put to better use. So we're kind of kicking that around.
Sounds great. I've been working with people with that for a long time as a holistic well-being facilitation act. And also, did you know that hoarding is actually a sign of perfectionism?
Yeah. Well, you don't want anything to go to waste.
Well, yeah.
And it's like my parents, they grew up during World War II in Berlin, East Berlin at that. And so they spent, plenty of time where, they were starving. And one of the, promises they made to each other was that when things got better, that they would never, ever give each other any grief over overeating or eating, that they will always, when things get better, eat as much as they want. And they don't care if they get fat, and they'll still love each other, but they're never going to go hungry again, which, so it was a lifetime of me for having, gross, like when we did canning from the garden, like we, like 1 year we did 300 half-gallon canning jars of green beans.
Wow.
Because for our family, a half-gallon jar of green beans was one vegetable at a meal. That was eaten up at a meal,
Mhm.
along with several other vegetables. But we had hundreds of quarts and pints of different pickles and all the different things that you do, relishes and whatever. And like whenever anything was on sale at the grocery store, like if coffee was on sale, especially if it was a good sale, they didn't just buy coffee if we were out of coffee. They would buy like 6 months worth of coffee.
Mm-hmm.
So, I've got that, hoarding gene.
Yeah, but that's a lot of people. It's way more than society would have us believe.
Yeah. And it's at different levels,
Exactly. Also, the sheer fact of even the wealthy are hoarders of money.
Well, see, that's what I've said many times here and anywhere where people will listen when people talk about the show Hoarders and how they help these poor sick people, alleviate them from their hoard and show them how to live with less, that they don't need all those things that are boxed up that they're never going to use, that they'd never be able to use. And I said, same applies to rich people. Why are we not looking at millionaires and billionaires and saying, you have more than you can use in a lifetime? This is a sickness. We'll help you. Give all this money away. I mean, if it works for Beanie Babies and salt and pepper shakers or whatever it is you collect, if having so many more than you could possibly use is considered an illness, why in all seriousness, it's not a joke at all.
I know it's not a joke. I just find it absolutely hilarious.
Well, this gets to the heart of what I'd like to talk about if we resume recording, and we can talk about this as well. It's hoarding and separation. So not to butt in, but you guys game to resume recording?
Yeah, I didn't realize I thought we were recording. So
I mean, plus it's still recording on YouTube anyway.
Yeah, we're live.
Yeah, okay, so we've got it. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Resuming recording in 3, 2, 1. All right, resuming the conversation on Cambrian 2, and what we were just talking about when we paused recording was about hoarding, which really gets to the heart of it. So I'd like to, if I may, screen share and share some thoughts that I've been developing about exactly this. We're, speaking of hoarding, because it's the hoarding of resources. That's the major hoarding. If somebody's hoarding some Beanie Babies or whatever, that's just like a minor parking ticket compared to, a nuclear blast of the hoarding of resources. So I'm going to create here kind of 2 pictures. One is old paradigm, and the other is what I'm just going to call the new paradigm. And the new paradigm is all about the collective and sharing, caring, compassion, right? Love for all, not just all people, but all species and ecosystems and other good stuff. The old paradigm, right, is centered around 3 kind of the 3, I'm just going to call them ills. There are illnesses, right, that plague us, just like hoarding is an illness, right, of sorts, but a very real illness. The 3 ills that are really plaguing us the most are, one is a sense of defeatism. And it's defeatism relative to all of this, right? Relative to the new paradigm. We're basically saying, no, that can't be done. That's impossible. That's stupid. That's unrealistic. That's idealistic. They'll tell you all kinds of crap, okay, about how that's been tried before and it didn't work, right? Can you imagine if Edison after attempting light bulb attempt number 1, had said, well, that's been tried before, it didn't work. Let me go on to chewing gum or something like that. Oh yeah, artificial sweeteners. Yeah, let me forget about, light bulbs, electricity. Let me forget about all that. Let me go on to artificial sweeteners. Can you imagine what a different world we live in? So just because something's been tried or somebody said something's been tried, I don't think what we're talking about here has ever been tried, right? But regardless of whether it's been tried or not, I mean, when I'm talking about the whole of it, including collective intelligence, right? And that's sort of, the secret ingredient here, right? That's the secret ingredient, collective intelligence. Everything we've been talking about, the network of conversations and all that, because this, once it's properly set up, right? And that's the key to the whole thing is, setting it up properly. I'm just drawing a little picture of a key equals, the basically, the DNA of this stuff. What is this? What are we creating here? And so what I'm doing is creating, here, let me just put it in simple terms. There's a lot of things that are intersecting here. There is collective intelligence just as a thing. Then there's, what I'm calling new paradigm, right? And the sweet spot is the intersection of the two, right? Collective intelligence and new paradigm, because there's a lot of examples of collective intelligence that are old paradigm, and without disrespecting any of those, in fact, we're building off of tremendous assets from the old paradigm that we're kind of bringing over here into the new paradigm as collective intelligence assets. So we're taking the good, we're leaving behind the bad. But this is the DNA I'm talking about. It's precisely this intersection of collective intelligence with new paradigm. So I'm just going to call it CINP, bringing those two together, collective intelligence in the new paradigm. And because that's what will be the first purely benevolent collective intelligence. All this stuff I'm talking about up here, sharing and collect, that's all at the fringes currently, right? Yeah, there was some commune in Oregon, and what happened? Well, the feds came in and shot it all up. All right, well, that really bodes well for building the next one, right? So what this is going to do is it's going to take the new paradigm and it's going to take it from the fringes of society, the frazzled, forgotten, neglected fringes of society, exponential to the mainstream, right? In ways that are incredibly powerful, feeding everyone, right? Plant-based foods. That's what Food Healers is all about. That's what Community Cafe is all about. As you see in my picture, etc. Okay, so feeding everyone, cooling the planet is going to become massively popular, right? It's going from basically a Carl Sagan, Saturday Night National Geographic documentary that you skip through as you're channel surfing and don't even watch, to wait a second, this is actually really, really cool, right? The coolest people at COP26 were the people who were deeply committed to this, right? So yes, it's really cool, and for so many good reasons, right? Saving life on Earth, right? And so, we're literally talking about saving, healing, and transforming life on Earth is the big picture, right? And this becomes super cool. Right. And this grows exponentially. It goes from being this utopian, oh, you're stupid if you think you can do that, get back to making money. And this gets back to the second ill, This defeatism, saying, oh, all this is impossible, right? That leads right to a false conclusion, right? That the best you can therefore be is a parasite. Parasitism. Take what you can for you. Forget about the whole, right? See, this is all about the whole, all people, all animals, all ecosystems, all plants, all species, all of life. Okay. You're either looking out for the whole or you're looking out only for you, regardless of the impact on anyone else. And, you know, just like the Pink Floyd song from the mid-70s, money, it's a hit. Don't give me any of that goody bullshit. If you're in the game for money, and you know, you can call yourself whatever you want to call yourself, you know, certified B. That's certified bullshit. Let's call a spade a spade. B is so watered down because you're basically saying, all right, you know, compare yourself to the other sociopaths in the room who are, you know, extracting from the planet, who are being parasites. Compare yourself to all the other parasites in the room who are doing it for money, who are doing it to hoard. And if you're in the top 20% of those parasites, right, you're good. You're certified B. You're better than the other 80%. I mean, I'm just, you know, giving rough numbers here. It's probably a little bit better than that, but better than bullshit is still bullshit, right? We have to go totally new paradigm. So anyway, defeatism relative to the new paradigm leads to the false conclusion that parasitism is the only way to go, right? And because that sounds really ugly, and it is really ugly, we also engage in games of deception, right? So for example, Elon Musk. I'm going to pick on Elon for a minute here, but in a good way, because I'm inviting Elon into a conversation, which I think probably Joe Rogan's podcast would probably be a really great context for, because Joe actually lets people speak and listens to people, and so does Elon. So it creates a really nice context. Anyway, bottom line, Elon is engaged in a certain kind of deception. You know, rather than put focus on, you know, reality, the realities of exponential planetary overheating, right? And the realities of all the destruction that that's causing. And therefore focus on SRM. He has the engineering talent and the organizational talent with the organizations he's already built to put together an incredible marine cloud brightening program. Like if you can do rocket ships that go to Mars and that take off and land simultaneously, Homeboy can do boats as well, right? There's a lot in common, actually. Anyway, bottom line, but even if there wasn't, I mean, this guy and his organizations have solved so many engineering problems. We got to give credit where it's due, right? I'm definitely condemning him, so to speak, not condemning in any bad way, but I'm judging. Let me take that back. I'm not condemning, I'm judging in certain ways relative to the three ills, but I'm also giving credit where it's due. Homeboy has incredible talent, and his organizations collectively have incredible talent as regards engineering. They could totally take on marine cloud brightening. Fair enough. But instead, he's engaging in the deception, the collective deception that things aren't really that urgent. You know, we've got till whatever, 2050 or 2100. But you see, a big part of the deception is instead of talking SRM, instead he's basically talking solar panels, buy my solar panels, you know, buy my Teslas, right? You know, if you're a billionaire, buy a ticket to Mars so we can get out of this place before it blows up. But see, he's creating the deception that if you just do these things, if you cover your McMansion with solar panels and drive to and from, you know, Whole Foods to get, you know, grass-fed beef wrapped in single-use plastic, that's a deception, that's okay, right? The deception is that we don't need something more radical, more fundamental, including SRM, but certainly not limited to SRM. deception in that he's not acknowledging that we need to go plant-based, 100% plant-based. We've got to stop decimating the ecosystems of the world and finding excuses for it to satisfy meat and dairy diets, which simply are inconsistent with life on Earth. You want to live, or you want to die eating your last bacon cheeseburger? Collectively, we're voting the latter. Anyway, Elon not coming out with all these truths that I've just summarized in the last 3 or 4 minutes, that's deception. So Elon is engaging in, even though he doesn't come out and say it, defeatism. He's not saying we can do this new paradigm on the right-hand side.
What's SRM again?
Solar radiation management. And I'm really glad you asked. Solar radiation management is reflecting a portion of the sunlight back into space. A portion of the sunlight that's otherwise hitting the planet. See, most of the planet is what? Ocean. What does that ocean do when light hits it? Absorbs, because it's dark blue. Dark stuff absorbs more than, whiter stuff like snow, which reflects. So the overall reflectivity of the planet is called the albedo. We need to increase the albedo. We need to increase the ratio of photons that get deflected away from those that are incoming. Because a photon, a little packet of light, that's energy, okay? Every photon has exactly one of two destinies. It's going to get absorbed by the planet, and by that I mean the Earth atmosphere system, Earth ocean atmosphere system, or it's going to get reflected away. One or the other. We're saying let's increase the number that get reflected away, because that means that fewer get absorbed, which means that we absorb less heat, right? You want to not burn the potatoes in the oven or the French fries? Turn down the heat.
Yeah.
See, right now, the heat's cranked up and we're absorbing heat like a burning potato. It's absorbing heat. That's why the damn thing catches on fire. It's because it's absorbing and keeping and retaining the heat. So, everybody talks about temperature. Temperature is a trailing indicator. Temperature is what happens when you fail at the heat game repeatedly. We've repeatedly failed at the heat game. No one's talking heat. Everyone's talking temperature. As if we can somehow contain this at 1.5 or even 2 degrees C. We're setting off a runaway freight train headed to double-digit increase in temperature in centigrade, 10 degrees C. I mean, just unimaginably hot. But see, all of that's a trailing indicator still to what happens when you absorb heat, and the absorption of heat goes exponential. Instead of turning down the oven on that overheating potato, you turn it up and you literally set the thing on fire. That's the realm that we're in right now. So the only way to avert that at this point is SRM, solar radiation management, something that most people have never heard of. Most people have never heard of the single most important solution for saving life on Earth right now, which is solar radiation management. The second one is going plant-based. Well, those are really the top two. They go hand in hand. Either we're going to save life on Earth or we're going to continue to destroy it. And we're almost out of time. We're staring down the barrel of potentially an ice-free Arctic in the summer of 2022 for the first time ever in human experience. It's something we don't want to experience for so many reasons. Oh my God. It's like it's not just a tipping point. It's not just the domino that, that set off all the others. It's like a giant Empire State Building of a domino just going kaplunk, right? We can avoid that with SRM. So why aren't we doing SRM? Well, number one, most people don't even know about it. Why don't people know about it? That's part of the deception. The deception is buy my solar panels, buy my Teslas, buy my tickets to Mars. It's only a vacation. Of course, we're coming back here. BS. You're getting the hell out before the place blows up. And you're extracting tremendous resources from the world, right? In the process. That's why you're so busy selling solar panels and Teslas, becoming the richest person on Earth, right up there with Jeff Bezos, who sells everything else, right? And Mark Zuckerberg, who sells you how to think and makes money at it. I mean, it's insane what we've gotten ourselves into. It's a massive deception. all these folks, 2 out of the 3 of those mega billionaires have their own rocket ship programs. The third is a customer of the others, but he's got the money to buy the tickets for himself and his family, right? So the deception is that we can fix this with solar panels and Teslas, right? That's the deception. And certified bullshit, right? Right.
You know, I had a thought just now, and I realized, you know, there are thousands, probably tens of thousands, maybe even millions of people who are familiar with solar radiation management. They just don't know it. Think of all the vehicles where you see those reflective foil shields in the windshield.
Wow. Yeah.
They're managing the solar radiation that's being absorbed in their cars.
Hey, that's exactly right. That's right. It is. That's a great example, Marco. Thank you for that. So it's very simple, and we've all experienced. We go to the beach and you put up a reflective umbrella. Go ahead, Jill. Go ahead.
Well, that was the other thing. It's also being utilized in cities with instead of putting black pavement down or asphalt, they're starting to put like white down in neighborhoods so that they're not so hot.
Right. And here's the thing. These are all very good efforts, but and in the grand scheme, these are drops in the bucket relative to the Hoover Dam worth of SRM that we need to dump on the planet in order to cool it. See, right now, we're overheating at a rate of the most conservative estimate that I know of, which comes from NASA, basically the federal government of the United States, one of its divisions, therefore very conservative in this regard. Puts it at minimum 137 boops per year. What's a boop? Comes from the work done at BP, British Petroleum, hence boop, BP boop. The term was coined by Professor Stephen Salter, the inventor of marine cloud brightening, which we'll get to in a second. 1 boop is equivalent to the total amount of energy consumed by humanity in 1 year. Between oil, gas, coal, nuclear, wind, solar, burning firewood, burning dung in Mongolia, for crying out loud, whatever they add it all up, that's 1 boop. If we were overheating by 1 boop per year, that would be a big deal. It's like we're retaining all our heat. But we're not overheating by 1 boop per year. We're overheating by minimum 137 boops per year, according to the conservative estimates of the federal government of the United States through NASA, as expressed through NASA. We're overheating by a mass. So where's all that heat going? Why don't we all have sunburns? Why isn't our hair on fire? Because the heat's been absorbed by the ice, but the way that the ice absorbs it is by melting. And that's irreversible for the most part. We've got to save the remaining ice, which is a giant mirror unto itself, reflecting sunlight back into space. So the ice helps us in 2 ways. It reflects sunlight back into space, and it's like a massive bank account of ice that absorbs and absorbs and absorbs heat. But it can only do that until it's gone. It's projected to be gone this coming summer, or at latest, according to Harvard's estimates, summer 2023 through Professor Anderson there. But Scripps Institute of Oceanography says it could be as early as this coming summer 2022, that we lose our bank account of ice. A person suffers when their bank account goes to zero. They suffer in so many ways, right? This is the planetary bank account. In terms of reflecting heat and absorbing heat, both those functions disappear when the ice disappears. And if it happens in the summer, which it's projected to do, means we'll be taking in massive amounts of additional heat in the summer. I mean, that's why it's not just a tipping point. It's a domino the size of the Empire State Building. It'll just immediately flatten so many other dominoes and basically take down the whole table upon which all the dominoes rest, because life on Earth is supported by a temperature range that's habitable. We are a freight train about to break through the gates of habitable deep into the realm of the uninhabitable. In other words, we can't survive. We can't grow food. The crops die because it's too damn hot. Let alone the droughts, the floods, all the extremes that come, mostly droughts. But then the heat waves, they can't take the heat. We won't be able to grow food. If you can't grow your own food, you can't eat. You can't eat the money. You can't eat the plastic. You can't eat the trees. We need food. So this is all extremely urgent, right? And yet no one's talking about it. Why? Because they're too busy extracting money from the planet, resource from the planet to be able to blast off and make their final escape to Mars. Too busy investing in that than in investing in Mother Earth herself. So they're saying, damn you, mother, go to hell, burn in hell. I'm just going to steal from you as parasites do. I'm going to take from you all that I need, and then damn you, go to hell. That's literally what they're saying to their mother, Mother Earth, with their plans and with their deception. So again, the three ills, right? It all starts with a defeatism. If we all just agreed, yes, let's make the new paradigm work. Let's share, right? Let's go plant-based. Let's cool the planet. Let's have compassion for each other and for the planet. And let's use a collective intelligence rooted and founded in the new paradigm. A benevolent collective intelligence, right? CINP, collective intelligence in the new paradigm. And we make all this happen and it becomes cool. It becomes massively popular. That's where we're going. That's what's required for us to survive. So let's do it. Let's stop pretending that we don't have to do that, but that we can just buy Teslas and solar panels from Elon and everything else from Jeff, and have our brains washed by Zuck. In the end, we're just going to be eating their flames as they blast off to Mars, literally.
Yeah, if you can't take the heat, get off the planet.
That's it. But anyway, so I think I've encapsulated my perspective. But why is this so important? Because I think this needs to be the portion of the planetary collective intelligence that will, number one, take off first with most passion, most commitment, and it'll be the most spreadable because it's about doing the right thing. What does everyone want to do these days? The right thing. And we want to survive. We can't just go on volunteering, right? Not everybody. We need to survive. So that's what makes this plan so brilliant. Is it says, okay, what's the most important part of survival for a human being? Food. Plenty of food. You got plenty of food, you're off to a great start. You also need to have a good night's sleep, right?
Yeah.
Alan just put in the chat a link that the world is on fire, and it's absolutely true and absolutely tragic. And absolutely stoppable with SRM. But we've got to break through to the new paradigm. So how do we do that? Right. So I just want to be clear on this other point that I was making about the network of conversations.
Now, before you do that, do you have handy a link to that paper that said we'll likely have no Arctic ice next summer? I can't find it right now.
Here, let me find it. Let me just pause recording for a second. Now we're still live streaming, and I'll take this opportunity.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to post it in the live stream there because
I'll get it in there, Marco. I'll get it. But I just wanted to say while I'm finding it, anyone watching live stream, please feel free to join us. Marco, do you want to put the link to the Zoom in the live stream chat on YouTube?
Yep, I can do that again.
Thank you.
Yeah, there were, that wasn't just one scientist's opinion. That was like 28 or 29 people, climate scientists signed on to back that likelihood.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna find that link real quick here.
part of why, the government isn't, no government is really mentioning like that paper or even acknowledging that the paper exists is because they somehow think we all need to be kept in the dark and not panic, when we really need to be panicking right now.
Well, not panicking, but certainly getting in the bucket chain to cool
Right.
the fire, to put out the fire.
Controlled panic.
Well, call it what you will. The salient point is that we need to stop buying solar panels and Teslas and doing everything else the same, going to Whole Foods in our SUVs. Oh, but it's an electric SUV, so that makes it okay. Never mind that I'm buying, grass-fed beef wrapped in single-use plastic. Right. That we need to be facing the reality that we need radical, thank you, Jewel, that we need absolutely radical transformational action, collective action at this point. To get that collective action to be anywhere near optimal, to be appropriate to the urgencies that we're in, namely SRM, feeding everyone plant-based foods, as first steps towards providing and guaranteeing all basic human needs: food, shelter, medicine. And when I say food and shelter,
Did you want to resume your recording? Because we're still live streaming, but
oh my goodness, yes, resuming recording.
Yeah.
In fact, where did we trail off? When did I stop recording?
Because you were looking up the article.
Oh, that's right. Okay, resuming recording in 3, 2, 1. All right, thanks for that, Jewel. Resuming recording, and I was looking up the article, but we're just getting very clear that, if not an outright panic, people should be rushing to come together, right? Rushing to come together into a collective intelligence to make sure that we address our most urgencies, like what I'm about to share right now, this clip from Professor Guy McPherson. I'm just going to show some excerpts from this. So I'll skip around, just bear with me because I know where the good stuff is, so just hang in there. Here we go.
And would you please share the link to the whole
feature
thing?
within this press relief.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joel.
I was saying, would you please share the link to this video so
Oh yeah, let me
we can
do that. Let me
watch
do
the
that.
whole thing?
Let me do that first. Thank you. All right, it's in the chat, and then let me also get it up onto the chat for people who are watching the live stream. And by the way, this is an important element of interacting with our folks on the live stream, is sharing everything. So let's make sure we do that, and let's share the link often to this Zoom room. Everyone's welcome to join us here in the Zoom room. In fact, you're very much needed here, because we need to break through, this, oops, I got the wrong link up there. I was sharing this live stream as opposed to Guy McPherson's video, which I just posted the link in the chat to. So here it goes. Oh, Freed's here. Awesome. See, people are accepting our invitation. We are recording. Let me give a warm welcome to Freed. Freed. Fried, you're on mute, and that's okay. I'm sure you'll just go with the flow. Hey,
It's okay. I have to got it being live streamed. Yes.
oh,
Okay.
well, thank you for accepting our invitation to join. We're continuing to record and live stream. Great to see you, Fried.
Okay.
I was just across the water from you up there in Scotland, as I'm sure you are aware.
Yeah. With inflatable animals.
With the inflatable animals and Darth Vader and all that. Anyway, so more on that in a bit. Right now I'm screen sharing. So just hang in there, everybody. I was just starting to screen share when you joined in.
Okay.
This excerpts from Guy McPherson with which you are familiar, Fried. So
Yes.
let's familiarize the rest of the folks. I'm just going to play excerpts. The most important.
And here's the really critical feature within this press release. Jennifer McKinnon, a physical oceanographer at Scripps, chief scientist of the expedition and lead author of the paper, says Arctic sea ice could be gone by next year and only develop during the winter months. This is a critically important feature because when the Arctic sea ice disappears for the first time in the history of Homo sapiens, that will trigger a global average temperature rise almost certainly enough to extinguish all life on Earth within a relatively short period of time. Obviously, not the day that we have an ice-free Arctic, but I suspect that if the Arctic ice is all gone next year, 2022, for the first time, then 2023 will, starting in the spring and summer months, we will begin to lose habitat around the world for our species. As a consequence, nuclear power plants will melt down. The extremely rapid rate of environmental change will cause loss of habitat for all life on Earth, including Homo sapiens. The peer-reviewed paper that came out coincident with the press release on Friday, April 23rd, 2021, appeared in Nature Communications and is titled A Warm Jet in a Cold Ocean. Senior author is Jennifer A. McKinnon, M-A-C-K, McKinnon, and she is joined by 28 other authors in publishing this peer-reviewed article, A Warm Jet in a Cold Ocean. And it describes the mechanism by which the Arctic Ocean is heating and will continue to heat in the near future, at least one of the mechanisms. Now I want to go back a little bit to January 15th, 2018. First, I want to reiterate with that quote from senior author Jennifer McKinnon in the press release, Arctic ice could be gone by next year and only develop during the winter months. So she's suggesting that the Arctic ice could be gone as early as next year. That's 2022. And then if that happens in 2023, we will have profound rapid changes in the environment that will almost certainly cause loss of habitat for our species, and as a result of the very abrupt warming, likely for all species on Earth. Then let's go back to January 15th, 2018, 2 years and about 4 months ago, from Forbes. The title is, We Have 5 Years to Save Ourselves from Climate Change, Harvard scientist says. The Harvard scientist is James Anderson, a Harvard University professor of atmospheric chemistry, best known for establishing that chlorofluorocarbons were damaging the ozone layer. So quite a renowned professor. And he is quoted in this paper in Forbes as saying, quote, the chance that there will be any permanent ice left in the Arctic after 2022 is essentially zero, end quote, with 75 to 80% of permanent ice having melted already in the last 35 years. And so it seems that we have consensus, at least a consensus of these two scientists, and in the case of McKinnon,
people ask me every day, what do I do to look the way that I do? When I tell them it's 99%
Amen.
diet, they usually give me some kind of weird look and they say, "Oh, great."
Sorry, I wasn't endorsing that diet plan, but anyway, and sorry for spacing out there, but I mean, it says it all. Now Guy McPherson, I'm sometimes amazed by just how calm he is in delivering the message of the loss of the habitat for all of, I mean, excuse me, if the house is on fire and I'm calling 911, I'm not going to say, hello, this is Jamin Shively. I'm calling to inform you that my house is on fire. Indeed, flames have spread from the living. I'm going to say house on fire. Okay, that's what we're saying. We're acknowledging reality, and we're saying, therefore, join the bucket chain, right? I mean, or if somebody has a pump, bring out the pump. Bring what you got. If you have a fire truck, bring a fire truck. If you have a tanker truck full, but real urgency here. What do we need to do? And that's what we're about to talk about next. What do we need to do? But first, let me just do a quick review, especially since Freed just joined us. And looks like other folks have joined us on the live stream. Welcome everyone watching on the live stream, and please feel free to join us. We'll keep putting the link in the chat from time to time. And so let me screen share this drawing. We need to make the jump to the new paradigm from the old paradigm of defeatism, parasitism, and deception. And to the new paradigm of the collective, sharing, caring, compassion for the whole of all of life on Earth. The intersection of collective intelligence with the new paradigm, that's the sweet spot. That's the DNA of where we need to go, a benevolent collective intelligence, which takes the new paradigm from the fringes and takes it exponential deep into the mainstream. And what we're talking about here, because it's so transformational, this will be the, Luke Skywalker, Han Solo combination that will save the planet. It's as simple as that. So chop, everyone get into your jet fighters. I'm talking about Star Wars Episode 4, the original, 1977, before all the crap came after, right? The original final scene, they're about to blow up the planet. The Death Star is about to blow up the planet, and Luke and Han Solo ultimately defeat the Death Star, but with a lot of help from Red Team, Gold Team, etc. Half of whom or more died in the battles, but in the end they won. Now, notably, Han Solo first was taking the Elon Musk approach. Hey, to fight this off as suicide, I'm just going to take my money and fly off to Mars. Sound familiar? That's exactly what Elon Musk is doing. He's following Han Solo's initial reaction, which is to take the money and run off to a different planet, but get off this one that's about to get blown up. And to try to defend it is suicide, right? You're going to die. Hey, why don't you join me, right? He says to Luke, hey, why don't you join me? You're a good fighter. I could use a guy like you. Let's go out there and make money together. That's what Elon's telling the other billionaires. Hey, come with me. Well, Jeff Bezos is making his own rocket ship because in the old paradigm, nobody trusts each other. Nobody works together. So if you have enough money, build your own rocket ship. Richard Branson's doing his, right? They're all getting ready to get the hell out of here, right? And for what they think is good reason, right? In the end, we need all of us. And there's no way you're going to go terraform Mars. Forget it. We got to save life on Earth first, right? People are going to be storming your facilities and looting your rockets and everything else. There's going to be so much mayhem as we go Mad Max. So let's not go Mad Max. Let's actually focus on cooling the planet, saving, healing, and transforming life on Earth. Shall we? Right? That's what we have to focus on right now. That's
Sounds
the
good to me.
imperative. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you were saying right. And I'm saying, yeah, sounds good to me. Like, work on here, because honestly, I don't personally want to have a society of people who just run away. Like, why the heck would we just, mess up here and then just move? Like, so we could go mess up somewhere else. It's like the whole thing of, if you don't heal from whatever the trauma is, you're going to keep repeating it. It's like a person in an abusive relationship. They tend to eventually get fed up and leave the relationship, in whatever matter they leave it. And then they find a new relationship that seems better, but then they tend to figure out that it's actually about the same relationship, just a different person with them. And then they tend to get fed up with that one and leave and find a new relationship. And then, but if you never heal yourself, you're going to keep attracting the same experiences. And so that's all we're going to do. If we don't heal here, if we send people out into the world outside of here, they're just going to keep replicating the same problems as we have here. So yeah, it's not necessarily to never go outside of here, but at the same time, not just leave this place in shambles expecting to go somewhere else and not have the same issues.
Exactly. Just for them to have the audacity to think that they can go terraform Mars, a planet without so much as an atmosphere, no water. I mean, okay, we'll create some giant bubble. I mean, where do you go from there? You create your bubble. You don't have modern industries, right? You don't have aluminum plants to crank, you show up with whatever you got. Anyway, the whole thing is preposterous, which shows the degree to which we engage in deception, deceiving ourselves to think that that's even viable, right?
I would like to ask, because I know a lot of people, came to this room from like the concept of the harmonic convergence and like believe in other life forms and other worlds. And I know that might be a little woo-woo for the conversation we're actually having right now. But what if that's the concept of like, there's other worlds that are inhabited and they're just trying to meet up with those people? And we're generally, as the public, not told about those other worlds because, they, again, the panic idea, because that's definitely what's been happening with the disclosure stuff of, well, we don't tell people what's really going on because there'd be a panic.
Yeah, the IPCC just puts out a pack of lies about how urgent this is. I mean, they're using words of increasing urgency, but they're not specifying the timeframes accurately. The timeframes are 2022, 2020. Wait a second, that's next year, right? We're approaching the edge of a cliff, right? In terms of our own survival. What we're saying is, let's talk about it. Okay. So getting back to the drawing that I was screen sharing here, I'm really glad I'm recording all this, and everyone's welcome to join us here in this Zoom room. If you're watching the live stream, feel free to join us. No pressure, of course, just an open invitation. All right. So in order to make all this happen in record time, right? Feeding everyone, check. Cooling the planet, check. Saving, healing, and transforming life on Earth, more generally, right? In order to make all this happen, right, we need to become really, really intelligent as a species. And here's what I mean by that. Here's what I don't mean by that. What I don't mean by that is that you're in this conversation, you're listening to this, and you're saying, oh, okay, I get it. Okay, so I'm intelligent. I get it. Okay, check. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about us becoming collectively intelligent, right? And in a benevolent way. What I talk about up here as CINP, collective intelligence, new paradigm, right? Saving, healing, and transforming life on Earth. And to achieve that, we need, as a crucial first step, right, is a network of conversations. A network of conversations, right, in the collectively intelligent in the new paradigm model. That's a comma. A network of conversations in the new paradigm, right? And I represent conversations as these blue circles. So inside this network of conversations, and I'm representing people as just these little black dots, okay? So some conversations will have lots of people, right? Some might just have a couple of people. Some might have literally one person just waiting. It's okay. I don't think you can get away with a conversation with no people in it. Anyway, so all conversations have people, and it's a network of conversations which has as its intention bringing in the new paradigm, including all facets of saving, healing, and transforming life on Earth. And that this network of conversations is hyper-connected. You can jump from one conversation to the next. Everyone's got access to, a form of, a map of all these conversations, right? As well as, all kinds of metadata, title of the conversation, tags, transcript, whatever you got, stuff that you link to, references, just like in an academic paper, there's all these references. I'm building off of all this. Same kind of thing, a bunch of references. Include all your relevant references, bring them, right? And, voila. I mean, what we're talking about here is actually not that complex. And within this network of conversations, we would definitely, topics would include, but certainly not be limited to, but would definitely include, right, cooling the planet. And you see, this has subtopics. There are subtopics under cooling the planet: planting trees, right, going plant-based, the whole planet going plant-based, right, yada, yada. Oh yeah, and SRM. Right now, SRM itself has subtopics, right? There's the ICE 9/11. I think it's called the Arctic Ice Project now. There's, Dr. Ye Tao's awesome work, Mirror Reflection, right? You've got marine cloud brightening, right? Well, under marine cloud brightening, you've got subtopics. You've got the technology. You've got marketing and PR. See, I'm kind of just drilling right down into the most important topics of all, which are getting marine cloud brightening done and feeding everyone plant-based foods through, for example, food healers, right? So these topics would be included. There would be many other topics included, topics about politics, topics about fascism, totalitarianism, racism, all kinds of horrible things that are going on. You've got, a whole bunch of topics with food, health. We were talking earlier about having, basically support for people, who are in some sort of a crisis. Why not? Right. And then we can have a whole bunch of these, stuff that's related to family, stuff that's related to drugs, stuff that's related to, other addictions, you name it. Right. Okay. And on and on and on. Imagine that at a minimum, we've got these topics covered. Would you join a network of conversations that includes conversations on all those topics and dozens of others? Would you? I would, because guess what? Because the way that we're going to market this, the way that we're going to promote this to the world, is that this is literally the only game in town. I don't know about you, but if my house is on fire, the only game in town for me at that moment is getting that fire put out. That could include calling 911. That could include yelling to the neighbors, get over here, bring your hoses, whatever, right? All the above. But I'm going to get into action, right? What we're talking about is a network of conversations that gets into action around all of these crucial topics, right? By having conversations about all of them, and most importantly, building a network of conversations that includes all of them, that's hyper-connected, where you can jump from conversation to conversation. You can sit back in a lounge and just freaking watch live streams until you find the conversation you like. People are watching us right now, live streaming. Some are joining, some aren't, and it's all okay. If you're watching the live stream, you're certainly welcome to keep watching. If you'd like to join us, Marco will put the link from time to time in the chat there of the live stream. See, we're living it, right? We are right now in this moment living the new model of collective intelligence in the new paradigm. We're having conversation number 1, right? In the network of conversations. So be it. You have to start somewhere, right? Anyway, I'm going to pass the talking feather because I've been talking a lot and really enjoying it. I'll be honest. Passing the feather. Thank you.
All right. Well, I did have a question for you, which I didn't want to interrupt your talk, but I am wondering, because you definitely talk about plant-based, but I have heard you say things like fully vegan before as well. And you seem to be of the mind to say that everyone should be vegan. And I'm wondering if you would be willing to expound on that and possibly debate that.
Yeah, totally happy to expound upon it. To debate it, I wouldn't be the best person for that. It would be Dr. Silas Rao, and he joins us every Friday morning. So anyone who wants to debate it, please bring him to Friday mornings starting at 7 a.m. Pacific time right here. That's the best place to debate it, because then we'll have, because to debate anything, you need to have the right experts in the room, right? I'm not an expert to the extent that Dr. Silas Rao is an expert in all this. He's the founder of Vegan, but I will expound. I will expound just in a nutshell, very simply. We need to stop slashing and burning the Amazon rainforest to grow cattle so that people can eat Big Macs. That's my expounding upon it.
Okay. Well, that's not everything that's happening, though. And that's not all of the industry. I would totally agree with that aspect.
No, I get it. I get what you're saying. You're saying, hey, what about the farmer who's raising organic chickens, free range, and it's all organic and solar powered, and maybe that's not exactly what you're saying, but I mean, basically any argument that says it's okay to kill animals and eat their meat, I suggest they come to listen to Dr. Silas Rao give a recap again every Friday without fail right here
Oh
in
no,
the
I have this conversation with a lot of doctors and vegans and all that good stuff. And it's not that I'm against vegan, but I'm against telling everyone that one way of living is the best way to live. Because if everyone was vegan, we'd be in trouble.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is where I'd really love to invite all of us who want to have this conversation to come on Friday at 7 a.m. Pacific time, any Friday, every Friday.
Mhm.
And that's where we have that conversation, not here. Because right now I'm
Okay.
talking about what we need to do urgently right now. And the most urgent thing is actually not going vegan. The most urgent thing is building and joining the network of conversations
Okay.
so that we can solve all our problems by whatever means. If there are better solutions out there than veganism and SRM, bring them.
Mhm.
Bring them. And we'll take all of our volumes of documents on veganism and put them in the shredder. We'll take all of our volumes of documents on SRM, put them in the shredder. We're in favor of whatever solutions
Mhm.
are going to save, heal, and transform life on Earth.
That works for me. It was just, I'm wondering if there is room in the conversation for alternatives. So thank you.
The answer is yes, 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 always, 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 right? At least as regards the benevolent collective intelligence, the collective intelligence in the new paradigm, right? Which we're thinking of calling maybe CCC, certified compassionate conversations, et cetera. But there are conversations that aim to get to the truth about, number one, the reality that we're in, and number two, what we need to do. What are the best possible solutions that we need to develop and implement at planetary scale, many of them, like SRM.
So in this conversation, just for my clarity,
Yeah.
the concern is not like when you're talking about the CRM, the SRM and everything, you're not talking about carbon. Like you're not concerned about the carbon emission so much as just the radiation.
Well, here's the thing. I just want to be clear. I am concerned about carbon emissions.
Mhm.
Absolutely. That's absolutely urgent as well for many reasons. It's just that we're really talking about coming at it from two different angles, right? The angle at which I'm coming at it from is to, number one, remember I was talking about how we're overheating at a rate of 137 boops per year.
Uh-huh.
We need a major boop reduction program, right?
Yeah.
And that means, number one, stopping this overheating. Imagine a ceiling that says, as we'd say in Spanish, right? I'm Hispanic, so I sometimes emote in Spanish. When we Hispanics say, hasta aquí, that means up until here and no further.
Okay.
Hasta aquí, right? As my grandmother, Josefina, would say, right? Hasta aquí, boom. Up until this point, but no further. And then what the only direction at that point is to reverse it. That means literally cool the planet. Take the burning potato from the smoldering oven and throw it in the freezer. And cool it down. Cool it down. We got to cool it down. Said, ooh, watch out. We are on fire. We're on fire. We got to cool it down. We got to cool it down, says Darth Vader. Right? So we're talking, these are major. Number one, putting a ceiling that says hasta aquí, that's major. You got to learn Spanish to be able to get that. That's major. And then boom, I'm just kidding about Spanish. You don't need to learn Spanish. And then to reverse it, with that, we need strong medicine called SRM. It's as simple as that. Right? Marcus,
so basically, you don't think carbon emissions or eliminating carbon emissions isn't the goal of SRM. So like, you don't think that would be the fastest way, which I don't either. I'm not arguing for it. Yeah. I'm just trying to get clear on where you're at with it.
No, I'm really glad you're asking, because here's how I see it, right? It's like, let's say we got a house that has two big problems. One, the kitchen totally needs a remodel. I mean, it's a mess. Okay. It's like, you don't even want to go in there, right? It's
Yeah.
such a mess. Okay. And I said there was two problems, right? One is the kitchen that it's a mess. It's just, oh God, I don't want to go there. And number two, the house is on fire.
Uh-huh.
Which do you want to solve first?
The house on fire.
Thank you. SRM addresses that. Do you know what remodeling the kitchen right now? If we were to remodel the kitchen, imagine that the remodeling machine, I'm just going to talk really simply. There's a remodeling machine that spits out kerosene as it goes. If we focused on remodeling the kitchen, that's literally what we would do in terms of the house on fire. We add heat to the fire. How's that?
Yeah.
Because see, when we talk about emissions reduction,
Mm-hmm.
what are the emissions that we focus on first? The dirtiest emissions.
Yeah.
All the negotiation with India and China and all this, it's all about these dirty coal burning power plants. Now,
Mhm.
what I'm going to tell you is dead serious, right? And
Yeah.
Professor Guy McPherson, who we saw in the last screen share, he talks about this extensively. It's dead serious. Is that all these coal burning power plants and other dirty emissions, which are truly dirty because they spew out soot and particulates as well as gases, those particulates, which last on average a few weeks or a few months in the atmosphere before ashes, we all fall down.
Yeah.
Those particulates, while they're hanging out up there, they're reflecting sunlight back into space.
Oh, yeah.
And a significant amount of it. It's kind of like one of those accidents, right? No one was ever intending that we'd spew up so much soot that it would actually dim the planet, right? It's called global dimming,
Okay.
right? We have tweaked the dimmer switch on the sun and we've dimmed it down, right? If we eliminate those dirtiest emissions as our first step,
Yeah.
that's akin to remodeling the kitchen with the remodeling machine that spews kerosene up into the attic, up the stairwell. It's going to add fuel to the fire of overheating. That's what I'm saying. Job number one is not remodeling the kitchen. It's saying hasta aquí to the overheating and then reversing it and saying hasta ahí, get out of here. Take your damn excess heat and shove it. Right? We don't want it. We want to cool down. We want to cool it down. Right?
I really want to know, I can't think of his name right now, but there's a man that he had a brilliant talk about it. I think he talked on Joe Rogan. It was on Joe Rogan. He was on the podcast and he was talking about, everybody's being so concerned about the carbon, but when they tested the Arctic ice for carbon and they bored down, our carbon, it's in alignment with what the ice shows the carbon has been. This is just a natural thing, and there was even more carbon before. And so it's not necessarily that our carbon is the issue.
Yeah. Well, it's well known that the carbon in the atmosphere is the issue, the carbon and the methane, because those are the greenhouse gases that have caused us to retain so much heat, right? And then,
but what about our holes in our ozone layer? Because that's letting more heat in from the sun.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors, but the bottom line, the overwhelming factors are greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, and to your point, messing with other gases as well, like ozone, right? But it's all about gases in the atmosphere. The bottom line is really simple. Okay, the bottom line is we are retaining, we are net retaining 137 boops per year of heat. Of all the sunlight that comes from the sun, the majority of it gets absorbed by the earth and then re-radiated back into space through infrared. But enough of that is getting trapped by the gases. The net of what's happening to the gases, just the net, put it all together and just call it atmospheric gases. The net is those atmospheric gases are net trapping 137 boops per year, which is a buttload of boops. If you'll pardon my French, it's a lot of boopage. We need a major boop reduction program if we're going to survive. We need to how small does that number need to be for us to get to hasta aquí? Zero boops per year. We say no more. We've had enough. We can't take it anymore. We literally can't. It's about to melt the last of the Arctic sea ice.
Not honestly, because like from everything you all have been talking about with it being up until, you know, like summer of next year at the projection. So, and I know you said like with 1,000 of the ships that Marco keeps showing that could happen, but it's like, is that really all it's gonna take, like, to do that? And
so here, let me tell you, here's the answer. Yes, it's really going to be all that it's going to take in terms of cooling the planet, achieving hasta aquí and reversing it. That's all it's going to take. Now, maybe it's 1,200 ships, not 1,000. Maybe it's 1,500 ships, not 1,000. Maybe we're off by a factor of 2. Maybe it's 2,000 ships, right? We don't care within those ranges. We don't care however many ships, whatever it's going to take. It's like saying there's this building on fire.
thank you, Marco, because he put the picture up. So,
oh yeah, thanks, Marco. It's like we got this building on fire, and we're like, you know, the fire chief and the fire captain standing out in front of the burning building, smoking cigarettes, looking at it and saying, you know, gee, how many hoses do you think it's going to take? Hey, my cigarette went out. You got a light? Yeah. No, the house is on fire. Just walk up to the fucking house. Sorry, my French.
yeah.
Right. But it's time to drop an F-bomb from time to time just to make the point. It's important. It's not disrespect. It's the urgency. Yeah. Go to the effing house and okay, great. Oh yeah, where was it? Oh yeah. How many hoses? I'm thinking maybe 5. What do you think? 7. I'll tell you what, bring 10 and let's put out the freaking fire. And then we can argue about how many hoses we really needed.
Yeah.
Okay. So is it 1,000? I don't know. Maybe it's 2,000, whatever the number is. That's how many freaking ships we need to put out the.
Well, I was more so wondering just like how long would that take? Because you're talking about to reduce these boops down to 0. I'm just wondering like if that's actually been figured out, like in the time frame of like 6 months, essentially, or less than, well, about 6 months. Like, how long is it going to take to build these things, and how quickly can they actually reduce this if the time frame is next summer? Right.
Well, here's the thing. Just like Guy McPherson said, you know, even if we can't get this done by next summer, right? Let's get it done as quickly as possible. Right. We have some time. We don't know how much time we have left. It's just like, you know, the fire captain and the, you know, the fire chief smoking cigarettes, standing in front of the burning building, talking about how many hoses they might need, right? The sooner they quit talking about it and actually do it, the better. So, but before they can quit talking about it, here's the key. They actually have to start talking about it. Yeah. Somebody has to say, hey, the building's on fire. We need hoses, and make the call.
Yeah.
To the right person who can dispatch the hoses. Right now, we don't have that supply chain even set up. And it's going to be a supply chain of conversations that will look exactly like this.
Well, that's why I'm asking you. Like,
oh yeah, no, I'm just saying topics would include everything from a broad topic of cooling the planet. And that's where, you know, we talk about all options on the table. Okay. Hey, what about this? Okay, fine. That's the place to have that conversation. Some people are going to say we should do it with planting trees. Fine. Go have a conversation about that and figure out a plan to get it done, and a plan that we can incorporate into the whole, right? See, right now, the tree planter people are going off on their own and doing their thing. They're not part of this network of conversations, right?
Yeah.
Even the vegans The plant-based people, they're going off on their own,
Mm-hmm.
doing their own thing. The SRM people, you got the ICE 911 people doing their own thing. You got the mirror reflection people doing their own thing. You got the marine cloud brightening people doing their own thing. Increasingly, they're starting to talk to each other. But my point is the whole shebango, right?
Yeah.
Of all these conversations, all needs to be in one big network,
Yeah.
one giant network of conversations. Because again, we need to start the conversation before we can finish it with action, right? Because you better believe we need a plan. So for getting the SRM done, which I believe, like I said, that's the only way to cool the planet in time. Everything else is like remodeling the kitchen. Yes, it's crucial. Yes, 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 yes. For so many reasons. Oh my God. I'm not debating a single one
Uh-huh.
or the urgency. I'm just saying the first thing you want to do is put out the fire.
Yeah.
Before you remodel the kitchen with the kerosene producing remodeling machine. I mean, it's a great analogy. It works, you know, and I'm a storyteller. It's what I do. So we've got to get this network of conversations together where each of these conversations is happening in parallel with the others, right?
Yeah.
A young woman from Colorado, right, came up to me while I was doing my Darth Vader thing in Glasgow, right? You know, because I was making the point there's nothing wrong with SRM. And she comes up and she says, listen, you know, basically we should be doing these natural steps and reducing carbon and getting off fossil fuels and all that. And that's the most important thing, right? Because she said, what's wrong with SRM is it's becoming a distraction. Listen to this. It's becoming a distraction to what the focus really should be, which is decarbonization. Okay. And a few other things that she mentioned, but basically don't distract from those, right? And what I'm saying is it really takes the opposite approach that basically says, listen, there are no distractions. You know, rather than me telling the tree planting folks, who I love, by the way, and I love participating in their community, like the Nova Sutras, for example, this amazing group out of Santa Cruz, California, right? Love them. It's great stuff. So let it be. Create a space for it. Nurture it. Same with the plant-based foods conversation. Same with the SRM conversation generally. Same with the ICE 911 conversation, which is specifically targeted at saving the Arctic ice and glaciers, ice everywhere. They've got a really nice solution that's very localized. Yatow's mirror reflection is also planetary scale, but it involves mirrors, which would take a lot longer to deploy than these vessels that we're talking about, hence marine cloud brightening. We need a general conversation about marine cloud brightening, right? As well as specific conversations about the technology, about the marketing and PR, about the finance, about the, you know, legality of it, right? The whole legal, you know, and so many other really important questions, you know, the ethics of it. Is this the right thing to do, given that it's distracting us from remodeling the kitchen? You know, get those firefighters out of here. They're distracting my kitchen remodel. You know, here, I've got to play this video that, wait a second. Here, I'm going to pause for a second. Have you seen the Pink Panther video, Jewel?
I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
Okay, you got to see this. You got to see this. See? I paused recording.
Well, I know that, but I'm wondering, why do you pause on the Zoom?
Because otherwise I won't be able to publish it. They'll have like copyrights to it because I'm sharing something.
Okay.
That's why. It's because I want to be able to share this video and I don't want any issues. So
No,
that's
I get it.
Okay, here goes. So check this out.
My name is Professor Guy Gadbois, medieval castle authority from Marseille. Tell me, do you have a room?
I do not know what a room is.
Zimmer.
Ah, a room.
That is what I have been saying, you idiot. Room. Zimmer. Does your dog bite?
No.
Oh. Nice dog. I thought you said your dog did not bite.
That is not my dog.
Yes.
All right, resuming recording.
Wait.
So we just played the Pink Panther video. What was the last sound you heard? Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. You know, that's what I have to say when people say, get those firefighters out of the house. They're disrupting my kitchen remodel.
Uh-huh.
Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. We've got to cool the planet, and we've got months within which to operate. I don't know how many months we've got, 5 months, 10 months, 15. What do I look like? A Texas cattle auctioneer? Do I got 5 months, 5 months, five, blah, 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 blah. Who's going to say? We don't know. The point is, roll out the hoses and we'll do our damn best.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's time for the hoses of August.
Okay.
With a nod to the book, The Guns of August. Which is on my reading list. But, you know, it's about, you know, I mean, it's time to get this done, period. You know, I'm kind of at my wit's end in terms, I'm not talking to you or anyone in this room or anyone even on the live stream or anything, I'm just talking to the universe. I'm at my wit's end, right? What the hell analogies do you need, right? Again, not you, anyone in this room or anyone, but what analogy? I mean, hello, cuckoo, cuckoo. Okay, so what is there to do? What there is to do, and I'm maintaining this. Listen, if it's not obvious now, it'll be obvious in 5 minutes. So fasten your seatbelt, and here's the deal, right? It's this network of conversations, right? And listen, believe me, let me get off screen sharing for a second. If I could do this any simpler than through collective intelligence, I'd like if my representative, you know, in Congress could solve this, and I've gone that route. I've invested heavily in that route, in time, in organized events in DC, literally at the Library of Congress, you know, in support of veterans as a way, you know, both to support the veterans, because that's part of what I love to do, but also as a way to wake people up and get people's positive engagement. Look, okay, can we engage around veterans? Yes. Okay, great. Let's do this. Operation Welcome Home was the program we were promoting and at a national level. Can we? Oh, yes, we can agree. Okay, great. Now, can we have a sensible conversation about saving life on Earth? Now that I've got your attention, that was part of the, you know, the creation of that event. But it's starting somewhere. You know, where do we need to start? We need to start in a bunch of places at once.
Good old bait and switch.
Pardon me?
I said the good old bait and switch.
Bait and switch.
You know, the veteran conversation. It is.
No,
it was a joke. I wasn't really saying that's what you did.
No, I get it, and it's totally fair. In fact, you know, since we've suffered through the Pink Panther video. Let me show you another that we've got here in the pipeline. Okay, this is me with my mom and my sister Betty at the University of Washington, just to give you a taste. I'm just going to play a little excerpt of this. And there I am, dressed as Darth Vader.
To the criminal drug cartels in the state of Washington. This is how we say bye-bye.
Okay, so this is me leading a campaign that's ongoing. I started it years ago, but a campaign to rid the state of Washington of all criminal drug cartels, since they'd been threatening my life, my family. So we came out, and here we go. But this is just to give a taste. But this was also, if you looked at the poster around the corner here, you'd see a poster that I'll pull up, which is all about putting this in a broader context of eliminating all forms of organized crime, including organized crimes against Mother Earth.
Real quick, are you aware there's like this box that blocks part of the screen? I'm assuming that's from the Zoom people.
Oh, I wasn't aware. I wasn't aware.
Yeah.
Anyway, but can you see this? Can you see the dark?
Yeah, I can see. I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
it-
like, so if something's over around the corner, we might not see it.
Martha, do you
not-
know what she's talking
it's-
about? Oh, you're
Yeah, it's
you're
not
talking
blocking
about-
anything important.
You're talking about the ones with the little thumbnail videos of us, right?
Yeah, but we
Yeah.
on here, on the screen share, I can't see anybody there. I just see the like grayed out screen.
Oh no, no. Listen, bottom line, you're not missing anything, and everything's perfect.
Okay.
Are we good with that? Okay.
Yeah.
So here, let me get back to the recording. Just a little excerpt here.
To the violent criminal drug cartels operating in our great state. Criminal drug cartels, criminal drug cartels will cut you down. You won't get up again, so you better get out of town. We'll cut you down. You won't get up again, so you better get out of town. We'll cut you down. You won't get up again, so you better get out of town. We'll cut you down. You won't get up again, so you better get out of town.
All right, and then at the end, a bunch of students jump in and get involved. So I'll just play an excerpt of that.
Criminal drug cartels, criminal drug cartels, criminal drug cartels will cut you down. You won't get up again, so you better get out of town. We'll cut you down. You won't get up again, so you better get out of town. We'll cut you down. You won't get up again, so you better get out of town. We'll cut you down. You won't get up again, so you better get out of town. Criminal drug cartels. Criminal drug cartels. Criminal drug cartels. Criminal drug cartels will cut you down. You won't get up again, so you better get out of town. We'll cut you down. You won't get up again, so you better get out of town. We'll cut you.
So I've literally over the years taken routes through working for veterans, in support of veterans, vets meet vets, specifically on Operation Welcome Home, as I mentioned before, as well as eradicating criminal drug cartels, right? As different entry points, right? To then get to the larger picture, which has now become, something we can just go directly to, because the world watched as people from around the world, representatives from around the world, including President Biden and former President Barack Obama and Secretary of State John Kerry. I mean, every country sent their top representatives, and it was seen as a big opportunity, and it was a total flop. The one runaway success of all COP26 was Darth Vader, yours truly, right? So there we went right to the heart of it and started addressing it and got tremendous traction and support. So anyway, I'm not sure how I got off onto that. Oh, all that is to say is I've taken a number of different routes, and I am more than open to any possible routes that anyone suggests. But what's clear to me now at this moment is that what we need is a network of conversations, right? Represented by these blue circles in the new paradigm, of course, as we talked about, the collective, right? Saving, healing, and transforming life on earth, compassion, love for all of life, the appropriate use of collective intelligence, CINP, for the goals of cooling the planet, feeding everyone plant-based foods, and in general, saving, healing, and transforming life on earth. We need a network of conversations that would include, for example, all these conversations listed here, all of them, all these. In fact, everything on this screen, every pair of words on this screen, should have a conversation. The new paradigm, right? That's a conversation. What is the new paradigm? Well, let's talk about it. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing.
Okay, thank you. So let's have a conversation about the old paradigm. Let's talk about defeatism if it's such a big problem. Let's talk about parasitism. Let's talk about the deceptions that are going on. Let's talk about the collective. Let's talk about sharing. Let's talk about compassion. What do we mean by compassion? Is it just a fancy word, or does it actually mean something? Right? Let's talk about collective intelligence. Let's talk about CINP. Literally everything I'm highlighting here, right? Feeding everyone plant-based foods. Feeding everyone plant-based foods. You see how those are three different conversations, right?
Yes.
1, 2, and 3, being the union of both through food healers, right? Cooling the planet, that's down here, right? That's the one that I broke off, but all that is to say is that there's a lot more to it than just cooling the planet and its subtopics, including literally all of these, a room for each of these, right? Everything I'm highlighting gets a room. Fascism and totalitarianism, two different topics. Fascism is largely a subset of totalitarianism, so be it. Food generally, let's talk beyond food. All you want to talk about is plant-based. I want to talk about it. Okay, fine, here's the place for it. No, we should be talking about health. It's not just about food, it's about, okay, fine. Here's the place for that. Support, what kinds? Crisis, among many others. Rooms for each of these. Family, drugs, other forms of addiction. This is just to get started. Let's do a quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. I count 33. Right? It's almost like an omen. Right? A good omen. 33.
Hey, I'm 33.
Well, perfect. I love it. Happy birthday. 33 conversations, right? 33 conversations. And I'm sure we'll add to that list. Before I was kind of ballparking it at around 100 conversations. But listen, we can probably do it with a good 50 conservatively. Right? There's a bunch of conversations that aren't on the above list that should be there. All right, we got 17 spaces. Let's fill them. 50 conversations. How many people do we need in each? Right? I would say, minimum 5-ish. Right? You want enough of a diversity of a spectrum in the conversation. So we're basically talking about 50 conversations times 5 people. Minimum, we need 250 people to really do this network of conversations justice. And then what's going to happen is that in the midst of all these conversations, each one will be recording and broadcasting to the others, right? And, just like people are watching us on live stream right now, we'll be able to watch other conversations. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I was still screen sharing there. But anyway, we'll be able to, people will be able to jump from conversation to conversation. I meant to be screen sharing here, the drawing that I was doing. Sorry about that. If you ever hear me going off about something and it's like, what? Just say, hey, Jamin, and I'll fix it. But anyway, I was highlighting all of these different topics, scrolling through. And I counted up a grand total of 33 of them. And then I'm saying, well, we need more like 50. And times 5 people each, 250. We need minimum about 250 people, I'd say, in order to create this network of conversations, as I showed on this map with the blue circles, right? We need this network of conversations in order to do justice to any one of them and to all of them as a whole, right? And we need for people to be able to move from conversation to conversation. If this gal over here wants to suddenly jump into this conversation because she thinks she can do the most benefit there, go for it. Or maybe this guy jumps from this conversation to this other because he really wants to learn about what they're talking about there. Go for it. You may even have some questions, right? But it's through all these different ways that we can, these create connections, because those two people who jumped over, for whatever reason, they jumped from one conversation to the next, regardless of the reason why they made the jump, the switch from one conversation to another, they by default become an ambassador from one to the other.
Cool.
And vice versa, because half an hour later, they may go back to the first conversation and say, hey, everybody. And everyone says, hey, Jamin, welcome back. Where you been? Right? It's kind of like that song, Baker Street, right? Way down the street, there's a man in his place. And he's got that look on his face. And he asks you where you been. You tell him who you've seen, and you talk about anything like that. Hey, Jamin, where you been? And I tell you who I've seen, and we talk. I was over here, and we were talking about this, and then Freed stepped into the room, and he just said this, and it was just like, whoa, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm talking about. These become real connections between the conversations. And just like we were talking about earlier about the fractal, starts with neurons to neurons, making up my brain. Then we're talking brain to brain, right? And then a bunch of us in conversation, and then blow it up again, and you got a network of conversations. You see how it's like a fractal, like a broccoli head that just keeps exploding, right?
Yeah.
The power in this is real. It's palpable. We're experiencing it right here, but we're experiencing a tiny piece of it, right? Per the brain neuron analogy, we're like one neuron that's just like firing, like a 14-year-old boy. It's just firing, right? And fine, it's all alone, firing. And so what? It's when we get into conversation with each other that it gets really exciting. And then bump it up a notch. That imagine that this conversation is one of 50 that are ongoing.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, you want to talk deeper about marine cloud brightening? That's in room number 37. Have at it. Right? And everyone's got the map, everyone's got the menu, and everyone goes where they want. And they don't go where they don't want. And if they're not happy in a given room, guess what? They can leave. They have the freedom to leave. And part of the culture, being a compassionate culture, is no, you don't need to interrupt your life and give an explanation as to why you're leaving. You just freaking leave and go to a different room, or go meditate for half an hour and then come back, or whatever you need to do.
I like that.
That's part of what it means to be compassionate. Another thing that it means to be compassionate is nobody gets put on the spot. Right? So one thing that we don't do in this room, and if anyone were to do it, I would jump in, would be for me to say like, hey, Jewel, let me use Marco instead, because he's used to me using, hey, Marco, do you have a gun in your house? See, that's not appropriate. That's getting into some personal stuff. Hey, Marco, are you a vegan? Hey, Marco, do you take this kind of medication? Do you consume this kind of drug? That's all very personal information. So if anyone were to ask that, you'd hear me interrupt them and say, hey, stop, Marco, please don't answer that question, even if you want to, because we need to set an example that we say no to such kinds of, intrusive questions.
Okay.
Hey, Marco, what religion are you? Hey, Marco, do you tithe? Hey, Marco, it's just none of anyone's business, none of my business, none of anyone's business. It's as simple as that. So beyond that, there's a bunch of other reasonable, let's just call them creative agreements. I sometimes am tempted to use the word rules, right? But let's call them creative agreements. And on how we roll. If somebody wants to talk, can they just jump in? Do they need to raise their hand? That depends on the specific creative agreements according to the room, right? Like, it's okay that there's a meditation room where the rule is nobody talks. That's fine. It's okay that there is a room of a bunch of folks from New York City who just love to interrupt each other all the time because that's the culture they grew up in, and that's how we were. Fine, as long as you make it explicit on the door, and as long as you're not harming anyone, including hate speech or things like that, right? It doesn't have to be directed at an individual in the room. It can be directed at any group or any individual for that matter. Notable newsworthy examples abound about a congressman from Arizona putting out some video about slicing off the head. I mean, it's just this is absolutely absurd. That's not compassionate. These are examples of what are not compassionate. So in this world full of hate and violence, I think it's extremely important that we create compassionate, safe spaces. Hence, certified compassionate conversations, I think, are a very important element of all this, precisely so that people can have a space within which to feel safe, right, and to express themselves and to know that they're not going to be harmed. And if anyone says anything harmful, if it's being recorded, then there's evidence of it. And we can then take the appropriate actions, including giving people timeouts, including excluding people indefinitely, all the way to forever. If they're harmful people, there's simply no space for them here in a compassionate conversation. So anyway, I've probably said more than I need to about that, just to convey the flavor of just how important this is that we get the culture right. See, this is part of getting the DNA right. Mm-hmm. And you'll recall earlier, I was talking about this intersection between new paradigm and collective intelligence. And tell me if I'm going too fast, and just interrupt with any questions. But part of my logic here is that, there's a whole bunch of different kinds of collective intelligence out there in the world. So this is a big, broad field, collective intelligence, right? What we need to focus on is not the whole of that, but we need to take what we need from that and really focus on this very special portion, which I'll highlight in red. This, or I'm just adding red to the green here. Let's say this new paradigm is red. The intersection is this, whatever color this is, dark red, all right? That's where we need to put our focus. Is the intersection of those two. And that means precisely these kinds of creative agreements that we're talking about, as well as the scope, right? That intersection. In fact, let's just map it out and make it explicit. Let me try to find something close to that color here. Okay. That is, whoa, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. What we got here is scope, right? I'll just put the 33 to 50 conversations, topics of conversation. So we got scope. We've got, sufficient density, you know, like I was talking about, minimum 5-ish people per conversation. So scope times density equals, number of participants. So we're looking at, minimum 250, the more the better, because the more participants means either more conversations or more density, more people per conversation. And spanning all of these and being able to jump from conversation to conversation, that to me is the network of conversations that we need to have to begin to grapple with all of this in a holistic, responsible way. To begin to grapple, right? What's going to come out of it? Lots of projects, lots of programs, some movements, some national movements, some international movements, some student movements, some scientist movements, but most importantly, conversations. And especially if we agree to meet, say, once a week, say on a Friday afternoon, whatever, I don't know. I mean, of course, it'll be different times in different parts of the world. And maybe the key is starting at 7 a.m. and just continuing to do what we do with the block party, but just adding topics. I don't know. See, this is part of what we need to talk about and figure out together. What do we need to do exactly to make this all happen?
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
But, the network of conversations is just the obvious next step. So we can have places and active conversations going on all these topics. And you, whoever you are, Marco, Freed, Jewel, Jamin, Alan, Daytwan, whoever you are, you can go from room to room and sample around, check it out. Right? Try out the different topics, listen to what they're talking about. And you can try before you buy. Watch the live stream. If it's live streaming, watch the live stream. Right? If it's not live streaming, just show up, check it out. Turn your camera off if you don't want to be seen. All right? And listen in. No one gets put on the spot. No one gets talked down to, no one gets condescended to, and we don't engage in gossip and other basic, fundamental, healthy, creative agreements for compassionate, loving conversation. Not loving like we're trying to, pick up on each other or anything, but, our focus is loving and caring for and saving and healing life on earth as a whole. It's big stuff. It's really big stuff. And it's extremely urgent. And, we're doing our part and we're identifying this is a crucial missing. We started some conversations at COP26 that we're now continuing as a network of conversations. Right? That's probably the simplest, cleanest way of thinking about it. And this network of conversations, we're now gearing up for major growth in this network of conversations, which is what the world needs and deserves, what Mother Earth needs and deserves, is major growth in this network of conversations that we're just planting the seeds of right now.
What were the points of COP26? I saw the beautiful pictures of the inflatable animals. That was something I understand had hit the world press. What were other conversations who were successful in a wider scope?
Yeah. So beyond plant-based, marine cloud brightening started to get a lot of traction because Darth Vader and Darth Vader's messages, and by Darth Vader, I really mean all of us. It's Darth Vader Inc. I was just the guy in the suit, right? Okay. But it's Darth Vader Inc., right? The Darth Vader Inc. became the talk of COP26 because it was the one thing that was visible and clear and radical. Some might say extreme. But it was the one thing that said, listen, here are three mega solutions that we need to implement with urgency. Cool the planet with marine cloud brightening, feed everyone plant-based foods, to both end hunger and accelerate the transition to the maximum of plant-based foods. Both objectives are achieved with food healers, implemented worldwide, those kinds of programs. And the collective intelligence to get both of those and all others done. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So right now in this meeting, we're focused on the collective intelligence. Right? We're following through, but more generally, we're extending and building upon those 3 major topics, but also all related topics, right? That complete the picture, the big picture of saving, healing, and transforming all of life on Earth, rather than just taking on one little slice or another. Because with all these slices that we're taking of the whole, it's death by 1,000 paper cuts for Mother Earth. Each of us is just taking a slice and saying, I'm just going to worry about this, and I'm going to focus first and foremost on making money in this realm, right? Like all the companies that make steel, all of them, all the way down to the government-owned ones, steel mills, they're all there to make money, right? And that means to hell with the rest of you, Mother Earth. I'm going to take from you steel, automotive sector, power generation sector, agriculture, animal agriculture, on and on and on, right? They're all taking from Mother Earth. And so we need to stop taking slices and look at the whole. But the only way that we can really look at the whole is as a collective, as a network, right? So, you know, the picture, the fractal that starts with neuron to neuron, creating a complete brain, brain to brain, completing a complete conversation. The next level up in the fractal is a network of conversations.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, it couldn't be simpler. And that's what we need. We need the collective mind of hundreds of us, minimum hundreds. And sky's the limit. When we have millions of us, can you imagine tens of thousands of conversations spanning so many important topics?
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. In fact, it's not only is there nothing wrong with it, it's urgent, because that's how we as a species collectively wrap our collective brain, collective networked brain around the whole of it. Right? And the rule is very simple. If you want to create a triple C conversation, you can. Here's where to set it up on Trove, right? And then it will be on the map, right? I mean, that's really what we're talking about here.
Okay.
All right, I need to pause recording for a couple few minutes and just maybe make a phone call or two or something like that. But I know this has been a lot to digest, so I would recommend during our break, just write down any questions or comments. I'll probably be back in 5 minutes, but during our break, please write down any questions or comments and we'll resume recording.
Oh, real quick.
Now, we're still broadcasting, mind you, and that's, we want to be broadcasting, live streaming on YouTube because we have people watching.
Well,
So,
no, I was gonna ask, you said, and here was a link to that. I don't know if you sent that to a personal link to Freed or if it was supposed to be for everyone.
oh, the link to what?
I guess to Trove or something.
Oh yeah, Marco, could you handle that, please? And then I'll be back in 5 minutes. And no, I didn't post it to Freed or anyone. I was just speaking like, hey, here's a link to Trove. I was just talking through the message to the world, because there is a thing called Trove that people can sign up on.
By the way, is there anything going on with our dear group that was on Monday evening from Lauren and I forgot their name. You know, Marco, our dear group.
Kiko Lab.
Kiko Lab. Is there still something going on?
I have not talked to either one of them in a couple months at least. I've been meaning to call, and I just have been you're just really busy.
Uh-huh. because I never anymore got any news from them. So
Yeah, they haven't posted any emails or any, anything.
no,
Um,
it's just as it was when it was there. It was nice, obviously,
yeah.
and it was absolutely wonderful. So that is a possibility. They have done something extraordinary, as I experienced it.
Yeah, definitely. What's happening here? Oh, my computer is, oh, there we go. Now something's happening. Now. There we go. Okay, that link is in the chat, Jewel.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Are you also posting it to the YouTube? Anybody else that might be interested?
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody, I'm just taking care of some business here. Looks like we're just chilling and that's all cool. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay, sounds good. I've been happily engaged in the chat on the YouTube channel, primarily by the Big Cat, and it's been a pleasure.
All right, James is here. James is just showing up. Welcome back, James.
Oh, I see. Could who's host? Jamin, could you make me co-host?
Oh, absolutely.
I didn't realize I wasn't hearing the waiting room.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, heck yeah. All right, let's And James, I'll make co-host. Jewel, do you want to be co-host as well? No pressure. Just want to make sure.
No, I said, yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks.
You're welcome.
James, welcome.
All right, lads, how's it going?
Hey, good.
Sorry for being a bit late. I got distracted. I had visitors, Natalie and Eddie, the old man.
Oh, no worries. No, just happy to see you. Just happy to see you. So,
Yeah, definitely happy to see you here.
anyway, let's see. All right, I just got to send a quick little message here.
Marco!
James, hey,
No, it's Eddie.
where Eddie? There
Yeah,
you
man.
are.
Oh my goodness, Eddie.
I thought James' voice was a little high, but it was his box that lit up. Yeah, good to see you, Eddie.
Shoot, they'll let anyone in here. What the hell is Eddie Nolan doing here? My
Thank
goodness.
you.
What
I
kind
like
of,
that.
what kind of place is this?
I like that style you got going there. Now I gotta double.
I like that. Yeah. It's getting a great color.
Yeah, it's
I love the
getting really
color.
light. It's getting really light.
Yeah.
Well, I had that much hair on my head until I finally.
Oh no! Don't go there. Don't
All
you
right,
go
all right.
there.
Okay, I'll tell you the
Because
truth. I've got that much hair coming out of my armpits, but I'll spare you the visuals. And anyway, let's get on to brighter subjects. Stephanie, James, great to see you both.
Oh my god! I guess Stephanie can you get
Awesome, super cool to see you all. Well, we've been having an amazing meeting up until now, but with you all here, now it's perfect. So welcome everybody. And in fact, we could even give like a little recap. Shall we give a little recap?
Yeah, go on, because we're about to catch up. What's the conversation about? All right, Freed, didn't see you there for a while, man, and I can't see the names.
Turn it around more so that they can
Alan
see
is
you.
there, Julia, and Dayton. Yeah, is it live? Oh yeah, Stephanie's a small bit embarrassed because it's live. I'll just. Will you want me to turn off the camera? You could always leave the room, Steph. See you there, guys. What are you missing?
I mean, here's the thing. We are broadcasting live. There's just a handful of people watching. So, it's really no big deal. But we've paused recording, but I'd like to resume recording and be able to give like a little recap and then we can carry on with it, because you guys are really seriously with you all here now, it is perfect. So everybody jump in. Yeah.
We leave the camera off just for a while, isn't it? Because I'm smoking and Eddie is smoking, like, so we'll leave the camera off. For a while,
We appreciate you not wanting to set a bad example for youngsters.
Yeah,
who might be watching.
All right, well,
very impressionable there, like.
Well, if you guys are gonna have a smoke, I'd better read.
I know.
All right, yeah, Eddie knows what that means. He knows this is no messing around. All right.
You're looking fit, Marco.
I'm doing better.
Yeah.
You know, I think one of the last times I talked to you, it was when I was, we were discussing, you know, my kidney failure that came out of nowhere.
That's right.
Well, my kidney failure was about 40, or my kidney function was about 43% then. They were pleased when it went up to 50 with my follow-up from the hospital. My second follow-up, it was at 65, and they said, "What are you doing?" And my most recent follow-up, it's at 72%. So
Oh, wow.
they wildly beyond anything the doctors expected.
And do you have an explanation for that?
Do I have what?
An explanation? Can you explain how that happened?
Yeah, I think primarily I cut meat and dairy almost 100% out of my diet. I'm almost totally vegan now.
Oh, cool.
Plus, you started taking the oil supplements or the weed
Yeah,
supplements.
that's true. I've been supplementing with cannabis,
Okay.
and one of my next steps is I'm contemplating trying to go into a inpatient rehab center where they can see if they can quickly wean me off the opioids. As you know, as soon as I can, you know, find a way that I can, you know, totally fund my cannabis, which the insurance won't pay for. They'll pay for the damaging opioids, but not the cannabis.
Okay.
Then I'm thinking I would like to try going into a rehab center, you know, just get quickly off of them and see if I can just totally switch over to cannabis.
Okay. That's a brave move.
Because I've been on them frickin', you know, morphine and Norco for years, and it can't be good for it. It's not good for my organs.
Mm-hmm. Well,
But
fair play to you, son.
But since cannabis is still federally illegal, my federal insurance won't cover it.
Is it costly?
For me, it is.
Well, yeah.
You know,
Okay.
for somebody with a decent paycheck, but I'm, you know, just on a disability paycheck, so it's, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I keep, yeah, thanks for putting that in the chat. Another reminder. I keep forgetting to, well, I keep running out of time to really explore the plasma freed, but I appreciate you putting it in there again as a reminder.
Okay. Good.
All right. Well, shall I carry on and give kind of a brief update, review?
Yeah.
And why don't I
totally.
record, because I think it will be valuable for everyone.
Yeah, work away, Joey.
All right. So resuming recording in 3, 2, 1. All right. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome those who've recently joined. I'm going to give a quick little recap here. By the way, everything you see that's highlighted in yellow is a separate topic deserving of its own conversation at the weekly network of conversations that we're going to be putting together, scheduling on all this. I figure we map it out, say, hey, these are the topics we want to discuss. Who's interested in leading a given conversation? Who's interested in participating in a given conversation? And once we have it sufficiently filled out, or even before then, more on that later, we launch this, we do this, okay? So conversations on the old paradigm, the new paradigm. Today we're having conversations, literally one big conversation on all these topics. Old paradigm includes defeatism, or is characterized by this combination of defeatism, parasitism, and deception. And the new paradigm is characterized by the collective, by sharing, compassion, and including collective intelligence, where the collective intelligence operates within the new paradigm and with the intention of manifesting the new paradigm. So it's a collective intelligence founded in the new paradigm, or a CINP, collective intelligence, new paradigm. And among the topics that we're going to be covering, and I keep highlighting and adding topics, are feeding everyone, plant-based foods, and then the combination of those two, which is food healers. The broader goals of cooling the planet I go into in depth down here. So the other one is saving, healing, and transforming life on Earth generally, right? And so within cooling the planet, we have, such topics as subtopics. See these big squares here are subtopics underneath the round major topics. Planting trees, going plant-based. We already talked about food healers above. SRM. And within SRM, we have subtopics. These circles right there are subtopics, like ICE 9/11, mirror reflection, marine cloud brightening, among others. But let's take marine cloud brightening. That has subtopics. These squares right here, okay? The technology of marine cloud brightening, the marketing and PR, the finance, the legal, the ethics, the politics. Politics generally, including but not limited to fascism, totalitarianism, both on the rise today. Food, health, generally. Support for people in crisis, with family issues, drug issues, other addiction issues, etc. We did a quick count and got up to 33 conversations just in those highlighted above, now 34. So we estimate that probably with 50 conversations, we can get this off the ground in a meaningful way, covering all those that are important, including the ones I didn't mention. Minimum 5 people or so. So with a critical mass of about 250 people, I think we're ready for takeoff, right? So the key thing to get the whole new paradigm going, right, is the collective intelligence, this network of conversations spanning all of these. Here's kind of like I started to create a map of the network of conversations, but you guys have heard me talk about it quite a bit. So you know where I'm coming from. So I don't need to recap it, but a network of conversations spanning all of those conversations, all the way from the high level paradigm down through the details and into the weeds. What conversations could possibly be more urgent at this point? We played the excerpts from Guy McPherson's video about Scripps research and the melting of the Arctic ice and an ice-free Arctic in 2022 or 2023. It's right around the corner. Therefore, nothing could be more urgent than putting together this network of conversations so that we can finally have a holistic plan that encompasses all of the topics that are important. No topics are left out that are important. Decarbonization, well, there's that as a major topic, and there's 2 subtopics: reducing emissions and sequestration. Which conversation do you want to be in, right? And we invite the folks from Drawdown into those conversations. So it becomes an expanding thing where there's literally no limit to it. Any conversation you want to have, right? Oh, did I forget hydroponics? I'm so sorry, James. I forgot hydroponics. Go ahead and add it to the list. Yeah, you can add it. You don't have to ask me to add it or even my permission. Just add it. And that's the key, characteristic of the decentralized nature of this network of conversations. And this gets to a really important point. The network of conversations will be like the image of the galaxy or whatever it is in James's beautiful painting there on his screen. Does everybody see that? I just love that.
Yes, wonderful.
Anyway, that's like a galaxy of that's like the whole of collective intelligence, right? What we're talking about is starting off with a subset of that that's hyper connected to each other, okay, which is focused on this new paradigm. And we're calling those conversations, which live and breathe the new paradigm and have it as its focus, the achievement, the manifestation of the new paradigm, including cooling the planet, saving, healing, and transforming life on Earth generally, beyond just cooling the planet or just going plant-based. Those are kind of the first two biggies: cooling the planet, going plant-based. But those are two of many important elements of saving, healing, and transforming life on Earth. Stopping the killing, starting the cooling, but there are many others. So we need a network of conversations that spans all of those, and that all those conversations coexist in harmony and get to know each other. This is very important. And get to know each as a conversation. And so, for example, to the extent that the community sees marine cloud brightening as important, there will be a lot of subtopic conversations under marine cloud brightening, working out the details of how to get it done, how to get it funded, how to get the engineering done, the designs done, the testing, the modeling, the simulations, the prototypes, and all the R&D, everything, right? You'll see groups forming to get their respective pieces done. I mean, if it's just an idea and there's just a couple of people there talking about the idea, that's wonderful. Let it be. If your idea is great, it'll grow. Why? Because people will be attracted to it. People are attracted to good ideas, and people talk, right? How did Darth Vader become the runaway success of COP26? People talked about Darth Vader and the radical messages he and company were putting out there, right, James? Right, Alan? I don't know if Alan's still awake. Of course he is. It's early there in Scotland. It's not even midnight yet. What am I talking about? Anyway, back to you guys. Is this all making sense? Not asking anyone in particular, just asking the universe. Going on mute.
Yes, Jamin, it makes sense. But there is one point. I just looked at the trove. It's a huge repository of ideas. And I think the structure needs to be set so that we can find what we want to find. And that's where the wheel of co-creation comes in. I shared about it earlier, but maybe it's a good moment to share once again a little bit of the wheel of co-creation, where you define activities in certain categories or in sectors. So if you make me co-host, I can share a little bit about it.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
So
your co-host, go for it, Fried, and thank you. Thanks for raising it. This is really good. Now, let me just insert super quickly between what Fried is about to show and what I've showed. These are just different menus of topics which seek to span the whole of what's important. So with that, back to you. So either one they're both fine, and there will be many more that are also fine. The point is that we get it started, and we'll get back to that in a couple of minutes, but back to you, Fried. Go for it.
Okay. Can you see the screen, like proposal
Yes.
for structuring big data?
Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Yes.
So this is the work of Barbara Marx Hubbard. Unfortunately, she died 2 years ago, but she defined activity in her 40 years of work on this in 12 plus 1, 12 around one sectors. So she has justice, media, relations, science, spirituality, art, economy, education, environment, governance, health, and infrastructure around the hub. And
Well, hey, but listen, before you stop sharing, let me say a few words, but back to you, Fried. Go ahead.
yes, I have a few slides. I won't.
But before you leave this one, before you leave the one with the hub, I just wanted to add something, if I may.
Yes, certainly.
Consider that hub to be the network of conversations.
Absolutely.
And imagine, and Fried, in your exact words, I wrote them down. Now I'm looking to see where I wrote them because I've got a big long iPad thing here. But I did write down your exact words. But it was basically, how do we find the information? How do we find the conversations? This could be the beginning of a map. And imagine we just take those 12 sections and you scroll down. It's literally a Google Doc or a web page. I mean, nothing more simple, just flat, no buttons to press. You just scroll. And under media, there might be 3 or 4 conversations, right?
Exactly.
What's that big major topic of, truth detection or falsehood detection?
Yeah. Whatever.
Anyway, but again, the hub would literally be that Google Doc.
Yes.
With all the links to all the conversations that are happening right now. Because imagine we do this as a weekly event. Every week we get together to build out the hub and to expand the hub. Because without the hub, there's no connectivity. That hub is the network of conversations, the Google Doc that contains all the links to all the Zoom links to all the conversations, and everyone can just zip, go from conversation to conversation. And so associated with each of these, in fact, you could make it as a map and just show how many there are.
Look here what it says. It attempts to present all possible expressions of human activity to map, track, and connect solutions. Plans are to use this sector structure for the next fractal internet. So there are people busy with it to organize what you can do for whatever activity you have. You just make a tag for what fits best to this. You don't have to change anything else, but you just give it a tag of one of these 12 sectors. That's the way that we will find each other in the near future.
Well, I mean, let's say I wanted to look for marine cloud brightening, right?
Yeah.
Is that science? Is that economy? Is that
environment?
Oh, it's
Can be
environment.
science.
Okay.
You can have different tags.
Exactly. And here's my point is we could also tag something with MCB, marine cloud brightening. So it doesn't have, in other words, why limit ourselves just to these 12 tags? Why not have any number of tags? Because then, imagine this whole slide is the first page of a Google Doc.
Exactly.
And you scroll down, and under each of these sectors, you have links to all the meetings that relate to that sector.
Exactly.
Simple as that. Simple as that.
You can have any subgroup that you want.
Exactly. And then we just go from there. Listen, we're only talking about having 50 topics for starters, right?
Yeah.
Ish. 50, once we have 100, all the better. Once we have 500, all the better, right?
Yeah.
But at least, yeah.
You know what will be possible is when we meet, we can have our subject of preference as a name tag color. And then we spot each other. Oh, you are interested in infrastructure or in justice or in science or in art. And then conversation is much simpler. But of course, all the sectors have all the sectors in themselves also again. So it's not excluding anything.
Exactly.
It's only organizing.
Yeah.
Organizing the multitude, like you see now on the Trove website, it's a huge number of subjects. By organizing it with colors, it would be just much simpler.
This is the way to do it. This is the way to do it. Now, I'd like to offer that we merge this idea with the idea of the weekly gathering of this full network of conversations, because there is so much power. And imagine taking a 4-hour period of your life when you could meet with literally everyone you wanted to. A whole week's worth of meetings in 4 hours, because you get to zip around and go to this topic and this topic and this topic. And you may not get to talk with every single person you want to talk to. Some people are too busy, and there's too many people with their hand. You walk into a room when there's 50 people and 49 of them have their hand raised. You're going to have to wait a long time to be able to speak. I guess if you have enough devices, you could be in enough rooms and just, keep an eye on all of them. Why not? I don't know. I can't think of a good reason why not. But bottom line, here's my question. It boils down to, would you be in support of applying this structure to a weekly meeting of around 4 hours or so? I mean, the footnote to that is at the end of the 4 hours, it's not like we close the Zoom rooms, as you know. The Zoom rooms remain open for all who want to stay longer. Mm-hmm. But 4 hours is kind of like a good core period, just like they want everyone at the office. Some between 10 and 2 for meetings. Some people like to get in really early at 5 a.m. and get out of there by whatever. Others like to arrive late. Okay, between 10 and 2, everybody be there, kind of thing. It's a core block of time. And to have all these conversations. Anyway, I just wondered what you thought about that, passing the feather.
What can happen when sectors, people that are interested in sectors meet, they can share about what they know, what is going on in the sector, and then they can in a further development, find golden innovations. That's another point that was laid out, so that the best what happens in that sector gets a special spotlight and inspires the rest of whatever happens in that sector. And it has to be something which has to be easily copyable and really paradigm shifting and absolutely the quality of brilliance and so on. And then you suddenly have a whole new conversation about what is going on this earth, because there are so beautiful things going on and we don't know about them.
Yeah, absolutely. No, this is a great idea. And so here's what I propose. Let's do exactly that with this as the first page of a Google Doc. And then as you scroll down, and literally you can just go
click. You make it clickable.
Make it clickable. Then you
click on the hub and then you get the second link.
Perfect. But all it does is it scrolls you down automatically to further down in the page. So whether you want to click
deeper in the structure, yes.
Exactly. You'll see under hub, there'll be subcategories, right?
And when you tag it to that people sign up, they can sign up by their place, and then they will appear on a map. So that is a possibility if someone wants that.
Yeah.
People can get in contact outside of the structure impersonal relationships. They can email each other, whatever. See their websites. So it's a possibility to decentralize and organize.
No, it sounds perfect. And here's what I'm thinking. Whenever you want to get off screen sharing, but no hurry. I'll show you a vision of like basically a custom slice of this,
Okay.
right? Which is,
just let me show the next one.
yeah,
So
go for it.
This was the initial one. And you can have entry points like global co-creators on infrastructure, on justice, on media, whatever. So these were or are people who are especially proficient in that subject. You have golden innovations, which has to be filled, and planetary DNA. Communion of pioneering souls would be in the middle. So that can be everyone who wants to be pioneering for one sector. So you can have entry points, 36 entry points. And just to add something else, you may be familiar with the Thrive movement. There, Barbara was very prominently featured, and they have the 12 sectors on their website, thrivemovement.org. And just now, next week or this week, Thrive 2, the new movie, will be for free again for some time. So normally you pay something, but from the 26th, if I remember correctly, the Thrive On 2 movie will be for free again. The Thrive 1 is for free on the website, thrivemovement.org. So there you have it. And unfortunately, they have the structure, but some interesting things on it, but not many people work with it yet. But we can, of course, change that.
Well, actually, yes, we can. And that's what I want to talk about next. But whenever you're ready, I'll let you finish, and then I'll show you kind of one personal kind of, very personal slice at all this. And I think that's part of the key is allowing individuals to have their own slice at it and say, look, that's all great and I fit here, but rather than sit around waiting, I'm going to light a fire over here using this perspective. Maybe the same taxonomy ultimately, because everything maps to somewhere in those 36. I really like, both the original wheel as well as the simplified one. I like it all. It's all perfect. In fact, you can have multiple forms of tagging: old wheel, new wheel. Here's the tag from the old wheel, or the identifier, the category.
With tags, you can do anything.
Exactly. So here's among those things that within the superset called anything are this personal one that I'm calling, the conversation's new paradigm, just to give it a name, right? The conversation's new, or I'll just highlight as I go. The conversation's new paradigm.
Yeah.
With focus or foci on cooling the planet with SRM, food, and collective intelligence. And then the topics become these in yellow. There's old paradigm, we define it, there's new paradigm. We talk about the main elements under the old paradigm on the left side: defeatism, parasitism, etc. We talk about the main elements of the new paradigm. We talk about collective intelligence. So these are all topics. So imagine I'm able to organize people to come and talk about all these topics.
A few of them: politics,
yeah,
governance.
Exactly. Right. But you see, there's some really hot topics here that don't have their own place in the wheel of co-creation, like totalitarianism, fascism, right?
That would
And-
be relations. As
Okay,
simple as that.
that's fair. But here's the bottom line. What I'm saying, Fried, all of these topics map to the topics in the wheel of co-creation, each and every one, without
Yes.
exception.
Yeah.
Okay, can we? I just want to. Does anyone have a question or comment about that? Because I just want to make sure that's well established. Because I just want to make sure that, okay, as long as we're all in agreement on that, it's a yes to the wheel of co-creation. And here is a separate taxonomy showing you, listen, here is a perspective that says, listen, of all these things that are all important, I'm not saying some of them aren't important. One of the things we distinguished, an hour and a half ago or so, that's very significant, is we distinguished kind of a metaphor or analogy where you've got a house with two major problems. One is the kitchen totally needs to be completely remodeled. And the other is that the house is on fire, right? So I think part of the reason that you said that it's a great structure, but it's been very hard to implement, is because it's hard to get people to come and sit down and wait and wait and wait for the others to come in a conversation that's like remodeling the kitchen when the house is on fire, right? There's a schism that forms there. Hey, we need to fill up, because if we're going to do it according to that and be complete, how are you going to recruit people to something that's not urgent? No urgency, no sale. What we need to do is we need to get the people to fill up the rooms. And I think if we do it on a weekly cycle, then we can get into a rhythm. You can say, okay, it's just me and 12 other people right now. I know we need to get to 250, but A, I'm doing my part, and B, every time we meet with this intention and better fill out the menu of options and topics, and the better job we'll be doing at inviting people. Because this taxonomy that I'm presenting right here, I'm not saying it's better than Barbara Marx Hubbard's Wheel of Co-Creation. Barbara Marx Hubbard was a guest at Sierra Club dinners, which I'm program chair of. I love Barbara Marx Hubbard. I love her work, and we honored her, and it was absolutely beautiful. So I love her. I love her stuff. So what I'm proposing is not a replacement of the Wheel of Co-Creation. It's just a different view of the whole. So both menus are valid. And, while some of the topics within Wheel of Co-Creation might be temporarily unfilled, like I would seek that we fill all of these at a minimum, right? Cooling the planet, planting trees, plant-based foods, SRM as a whole, right? ICE 911, mirror reflection, marine cloud brightening, the technology, all these under marine cloud brightening, the technology of it, the marketing and PR, the finance, the legal, the ethics, the politics, but then politics generally. There's really two topics called politics. One is the politics of SRM, and then there's politics generally. So add another, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So all these, these are ones that we just kind of said, hey, these would also be good, but I don't know if we're gonna, they might not be in the very first pass. Let's have it focused on cooling the planet. Hey, we just got out of COP26, which should have been about cooling the planet. It wasn't. It was about remodeling the kitchen. That's my analogy for decarbonization. It's like remodeling the kitchen. It's nice. It's urgent. Everybody wants it. Everyone's complaining about it. But it's not as urgent as putting out the fire. And the thing is, it's a good analogy because remodeling the kitchen is going to kick up a bunch of dust that's going to be more flammable, and that's all going to just be this explosion of flames. The analogy there is that decarbonization is actually going to remove the dust, which is currently reflecting sunlight back into space, global dimming. So, not only is remodeling the kitchen irrelevant to cooling the planet, it's worse than irrelevant. It's counterproductive. We need to get that through our heads. That's very important. It's counterproductive. And right now, the focus needs to be to first put out the damn fire, stop the exponential overheating, reverse it. We're currently overheating at least 137 boops per year, if not more, as we talked about extensively earlier. We need a major boop reduction program. We need to do it now. The only way to do it is SRM. So in this list of topics, we go deep into SRM, the different ways of doing SRM, and then we go deeper still into the number one most promising, which is marine cloud brightening. That's the kind of network of conversations that will attract people, because it's about putting out the fire, not about filling out all 12 slices or all 36 slices of a beautiful wheel. So yes, use that as the tagging system and the primary organization system. Yes, 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 yes. And let's also show this taxonomy as a separate page or the bottom of the page. I don't care where, but let's have both. Super important. So that people can say, aha, this is a, they're having conversations about cooling the planet. Here's the taxonomy. I love it. Everyone will find their place within this taxonomy. Probably up to here, leave it at the ethics and the politics, right? We don't have to get into totalitarianism. Other parts of the collective intelligence will figure out that. And that's actually crucial. Other parts of the collective intelligence will figure out how do we stop totalitarianism. But it's all holistic, because the best way to stop totalitarianism is food healers. Oh, combined with cooling the planet. Put out the fire and feed everyone. That's when everyone in the town can finally go to bed happy. You put out the fires, and you fed everyone. Is there anything else to do? Well, tomorrow there is, but tonight we can go to bed happy and well fed. All of us. That's a huge victory against totalitarianism and fascism. And there will be other major steps, just like food healers takes care of food. We'll have shelter healers, providing shelter to everyone who needs. We'll have healthcare healers, right? Providing healthcare, and so on and so on and so on, right? So it's all holistic. It's all very holistic, the approach, right? It's holistic in the wheel of co-creation model, and it's holistic in terms of, hey, first cool the planet before you then, remodel the kitchen, which is also important. Because remodeling the kitchen means making it go vegan. Now, the reality is we can do all at the same time. While we're cooling the planet, we can also change our diet. We can also implement food healers. We can also implement so many other solutions, but just those alone, food healers alone, and which has its goal to eliminate animal agriculture. That alone stops the decimation of the forests. That alone. So it's not like we need those solutions and a program to stop deforestation. Those solutions constitute the two main programs to stop deforestation. Stop animal agriculture, remove any incentive for humans to do it intentionally, and stop the fires by cooling the planet. Remove nature's way of getting rid of the forests. So right there, with cooling the planet and going plant-based food healers, we have the two main ways to stop the destruction of the forests, and to actually do the opposite between cooling the planet and returning land to nature, because the farmers will, the animal farmers will no longer have a use for it. So by de facto, it'll go back to nature. Now, I'm speaking optimistically and all that. The reality is we need to go deeper into all these topics, which is why we need conversations on all these topics.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. We're trying to pack all these conversations into one multi-hour meeting. It's going great. I love it. I'm really glad everyone's here, really. But this is an early transitional form en route to a network of conversations that spans all of these. Are you guys with me? Do you get how crucial that is? And do you also get how close we are to making it happen? Passing the talking feather.
I guess you have had quite some conversations last week. So is that somewhere registered, documented?
Yes, I've got them recorded, but I haven't uploaded them yet. That's part of what I need to do today. But I first want to complete this conversation.
Okay. Okay.
And then I'll get onto that.
Good. Good.
So anyway, but regarding this conversation of the urgency of co-creating the network of conversations, because that's what we really need to talk about right now. Are there any questions or comments? Are you with me? Like, do you get what I'm saying? Do you agree with me? Or is it like, oh, Jamin's off on a tangent again, talking about a network of conversations? When will he, come back to earth and focus on, tell me. I see a heart from Freed. Thank you for that, Freed. But I'd love to also hear some verbal feedback, right?
Well, the way I see it is that we all know, as we were just saying the other day, we all are in our own disgust with the result with the COP situation, like the COP out, as we know. But so are the scientists and everything else. And as we were saying the other day, we need to get onto those individual scientists now, because they all have their own networks, they all have their own followers, their own viewers. And if they're as pissed off as they're saying they are, then we need to get onto them personally, get them into a conversation here, a group conversation with them, like, in order to organize how to get on, to get their listeners in on the conversation, show them the sense of what we're talking about here, get them in a conversation with us here in a show of force, along with Vincent and everything, show them like what we have to offer with what we're offering here, along with the Trove and everything else, that there is a network for change makers, being designed and everything else, that we have, done the groundwork for the people to get the people together. Once we give them once we fucking convince them that this is the right way to go and that they're advocating it anyway, to stand their ground and then just put out the word to their viewers to come to the conversation here, to fill the rooms with these conversations, to come up with the solutions ourselves, because we know we're on our own now at the moment. So that's what we need to do. We need to push to get people here, like. I mean, we just need to fucking kick people in the arse at the end of the day. Like, we need people to wake the fuck up and realise we're after being conned by people who are profiting off of our debts. You know what I mean? Our fucking debts are imminent if we don't cop ourselves on and get together and come up with these solutions and get them implemented. Passing the feather.
I totally agree, James. And here's one way that, listening to you, that occurs to me that we could make this happen. Okay. Imagine we identify the key person for each of these areas. Okay. So here, let me go back to the drawing here. You have cooling the planet, right? That could be Guy McPherson. It could be Stephen Salter. It could be both of them. Yeah, planting trees. We find out whoever in Nova Sutras or Greenpeace or whoever is the main, or Sierra Club is the main person behind planting trees, or one of them. And we invite all of them. Here's what we do. We invite all these to both an interview and then a roundtable.
You can say focalizers. So it's someone who wants to look into that topic and update anyone on that topic. This
Exactly.
person needs to know a lot about the topic.
Exactly. And so we go from interviews to a roundtable, right? And we actually get all these people in conversation. And we could do it at the same time. So for example, all these happen at the same time. So the interview might go from, like, say, 2 to 3 p.m. and the roundtable, The roundtable 3 to 4 p.m., just immediately right after. So they just budget as one single event. And this way, the roundtable, so these would be everybody related to planting trees, for example. That one topic up here, planting trees. Others like Guy McPherson, Paul Beckwith, Stephen Salter, and even Roger Hallam. Let's get Roger Hallam, get a nice mix, and we'll have interviews and then a conversation about cooling the planet. Similarly for plant-based foods. The plant-based foods, we can fill it up like that with Dr. Silas Rao. SRM, we know the people to invite. Yatow, Paul Beckwith, Stephen Salter. And then the appropriate people at ICE 9/11, Arctic Ice Project. Right? In terms of mirror reflection, there's different groups because there's different projects. Let's invite them all. And then let's have a meeting about marine cloud brightening, generally, where we bring in Stephen Salter, Paul Beckwith, whoever else. And then separate meetings that can then, but these then become subtopics: technology, marketing, finance. These will come later. I'd say the big ones, I'm just going to highlight in green the big ones: marine cloud brightening, right? Mirror reflection, ICE 9/11, SRM generally. That's 4. Plant-based foods, planting trees, cooling the planet. That's up to 7. And more general topics include the new paradigm, the collective. Let's talk about it. I don't really think we need to waste a lot of time on the old paradigm. We definitely need to talk collective intelligence, right? We definitely need to talk about feeding everyone. We've already covered plant-based foods, I think, down here. Yep. And we need food healers. And we need the big goal of saving, healing, and transforming life on Earth. So what do we got? Starting with new paradigm. 1, 2, 3 with collective intelligence. 4, 5, 6 up to here. So far 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13. Lucky 13. So we need to schedule 13 separate combinations 13 times. We need to both have parallel interviews from, say, 2 to 3. There might be 6 interviews going from 2 to 3. In this picture, there's 7. So 7 interviews going from 2 to 3. All right, so we need 7 of us to be ready to interview so that it happens in parallel. In parallel, that's the key. And then immediately thereafter, we sign up for a 2-hour commitment. You're going to get interviewed, and then you're going to be in a roundtable, including Guy McPherson, Stephen Salter. Whoa, who can say no? I'll say, here's all the people being invited. You're all invited. Who's in? And we invite 10 so that 6 show up, or maybe all 10 show up. No problem. We got no problem rounding up 10 people to do 10 interviews in parallel, given how high the stakes are, right? So we do that process once each for all 13 topics, right? A baker's dozen because we're getting baked. Jamin, why so many topics? Why a baker's dozen? Because we're getting baked. Ouch, death, fire. I mean, hello, right? It's okay to put a little passion into it, right? All right. It's time to take a pause from recording and watch a little Pele. I'm going to show some of my favorite scenes from Pele, the movie Pele, okay? So everybody take a deep breath. We paused recording. We're still live streaming, but so what? Just a handful of people are watching. Not that that's unimportant. It's all important. but we're going to take a little movie break. Let me just pull it up. This is when Pele, right? He was about to quit. He was 15 years old and he'd been recruited. Okay. First, let me just take the temperature of the room. Are you guys up for this? This is probably like 6 minutes worth of really cool Pele stuff. Right?
Fine.
Huh?
Fine, yes.
Okay. How about what does Ireland have to say about it? What does Scotland? What does Michigan have to say?
Work away. There's always a time for Heather.
All right, good. Okay. All right. And this is from Amazon. So let me.
Leaving so soon? Mr. De Brito.
See, he's about to quit. He's been recruited to the, youth team, but it's like a feeder team to the professional Santos professional team, Division I, Brazil, major stuff, Santos. But he's about to quit because they don't like his style. Okay, his Jenga style. So we're about to learn about the roots of it, and then we're going to watch him play.
What are you doing here? I was going to ask the same of you. I'm no good, Mr. De Brito. I can't play like the other guys. And if I don't go back to school now, I'll end up cleaning toilets.
Mm-hmm. And what's wrong with that?
Cleaning toilets?
No. What's wrong with not playing the way the other guys do?
Coach says the way I play is primitive.
It is primitive. It has a long and rich history.
Then why does Coach hate it?
Well, it all started at the beginning of the 16th century. Huh?
Come on.
If you don't want to know, I'll
No,
go.
Mr. De Brito. I do want to know. Please, tell me.
Okay. Like I was saying, it was the beginning of the 16th century. The Portuguese arrived to Brazil with African slaves. But the Africans' will was strong. And many escaped to the jungle. To protect themselves, the runaway slaves called upon the Jenga, the foundation of capoeira, the martial art of war. When slavery was finally abolished, the capoeiristas came out of the jungle, only to find that capoeira was outlawed throughout the land. They saw football as a perfect way to practice the Jenga without being arrested. It was the ultimate form of Jenga. And before long, the Jenga evolved, adapted, until it was no longer just ours, but the rhythm within all Brazilians. But by the 1950 World Cup, most believed our Jenga style was to blame for the loss and turned against anything associated with our African heritage. And just like your coach has been trying to remove Jenga from your play, we've been trying to remove it from ourselves as a people ever since. But the Jenga's very strong in you, Chico. So you can either show us what happens when you have the courage to embrace who you truly are. Or you can get on that train and you will never know.
Yeah, see, he grew up poor, and his father literally cleaned toilets for his job. So his dad taught him to kick mangoes from a tree, and thus be able to learn how to do all this cool stuff.
Hey, kid! Get over here!
What the hell was that?
I'm sorry.
Do it again.
That's how it's going to be for us. Do it again.
You're the kid that scored 4 goals? Zito, midfielder, protein. So, you know the best part of scoring 4 goals is? You get to run out and bring me coffee. Ancient Santos tradition. And put some gas into it, huh?
Rolled up to the junior team after a few unbelievable matches at the youth level. Oh, what a move! That's one, that's another, down through the middle, the shot, goal!
Let's see the thing, let's see the thing, let's see the thing, let's see the thing, la 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 la, double double party, la 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 la, double double soon, la 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 la, double double soon.
You're not there, kid. That's the wrong list, Chico. Welcome to the pros.
Halfway through season, and now starting to come out in form. As Santos racks up the wins, everyone eager to watch the 16-year-old phenom and his magical style of play. Oh my, this kid is something else. Some fake, another fake. Now it's back the other way. It is Zito, back to Nascimento. Got it, stepping up, Pico now. Three defenders, change direction, nowhere to go. Wait a minute, it's still got the ball. From outside the mark.
Yes?
Eu vi ele fora, dona Celeste.
All right, so he's delivering like a new oven for his mom. I mean, that's it. We've got our own spirit here, right? This is the Jenga of collective intelligence. The Jenga, our own style. They've laughed at us. They've tried to cut us down. They've tried to assassinate us. You know, we're still here, alive and kicking, you know. Let me resume recording. All right, resuming recording. Anyway, that's from the film Pele, from when he made his transition from just being on the youth team, right, all the way up through the junior to pros, and then of course goes to the World Cup. And I'll show a scene later on from that. But basically, really good parallel because we've got our own Jenga style, our own Jenga thing that we're creating from not from nothing, but from parts, from isolated Zoom meetings and isolated Zoom communities and scientific communities and engineering teams and groups and whatnot. Like Professor Stephen Salter is just a prime example. And we're bringing all these folks together and saying, okay, it's a three-stage process. First, interview. The second is the roundtable. And the third is, look, you're one of a baker's dozen, right, of major topic areas within that are directly mappable to cooling the planet and saving and healing and transforming life on Earth, right? Highest level topic is the new paradigm, then the collective intelligence, specifically the specific solutions, feeding everyone, plant-based foods, food healers, saving, healing, and transforming life on Earth is the big goal. And then the most urgent within that, we focus it, cooling the planet. And then it's various. Go ahead, Marco. Pausing recording. You're on mute, Marco.
Our stream was suspended for violations. I think because of the Pele.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. Well, all right. I don't. Should I try to resume it or what?
It looks like it is back now.
Okay. Live on YouTube. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Okay, that's totally fair. Well, that's impressive that they were able to.
If you wanted to pass along, it's not rocket science, but highly recommend.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. I yield myself.
No,
to
I
this
guess it
comment
is
I may consume.
gone.
Gentleman's recognized. So, America, the results are
Something happened here. Let me see.
In my, from what I can see, it's still streaming. So I think we're good, Marco. I just refreshed it and we're still.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we're fine. We're fine. But thanks for checking on that.
Yeah.
I think, unless I'm fooling myself. Stream unavailable. No, maybe we're not. All right. In that case, let me. Yeah, it was something from before. So in that case, let me go ahead.